Ben Walker had gotten very good at pretending he wasn't lonely. He could fool his customers. He could fool his neighbors. Sometimes, if the day had been especially busy, he could even fool himself. But there was one person he could never fool: his daughter. "Daddy?" Ben stopped sanding the edge of a pine cabinet and looked toward the doorway of his workshop. "Yeah, sweetheart." Emily stood there in her purple pajamas, hugging her stuffed rabbit against her chest. She was 8 years old, but lately she had started looking younger to him. Maybe it was because she had begun sleeping with the hallway light on again. Maybe it was because she still sometimes wandered into his bedroom at night and stood beside the bed without saying anything. Or maybe it was because Ben remembered exactly how old she had been when everything changed. 6. 6 years old when her mother died. 6 years old when Ben learned that no amount of hard work could fix everything. Now, she was 8. And somehow, he still hadn't figured out how to make the empty chair at their kitchen table disappear. "What are you doing?" Emily asked. "Finishing Mrs. Parker's kitchen cabinet." "You said that yesterday." "I did. And the day before." Ben smiled. "That's because Mrs. Parker keeps changing her mind." Emily stepped into the workshop. She looked around at the saws, wooden boards, clamps, cans of stain, and half-finished furniture. "You're always working." Ben put the sanding block down. "I know." "Why?" That question was harder. He wiped the sawdust from his hands and crouched down so they were eye level. "Because people pay me to build things." Emily frowned. "No. I mean, why are you always working?" Ben stared at her for a moment. Then he gave the answer he'd been giving her for 2 years. "So we can have nice things." She looked toward the old workbench. "We'd already have things." "That's true. We don't need more things." Ben's smile faded slightly. "No, I suppose we don't." Emily looked down at her rabbit. "Mummy used to make pancakes on Saturday." Ben swallowed. "I remember. She made them shaped like hearts." "I remember that too." "She made yours really ugly." That surprised a laugh out of him. "Hey, they looked like potatoes." "They were pancakes. They looked like potato pancakes." "That's still a pancake." Emily smiled. For a second, she looked like the little girl she had been before grief had become part of the family. Then the smile disappeared. "Do you miss her?" Ben didn't answer immediately. He never lied to Emily about her mother. But he had learned that 8-year-olds didn't need every adult truth dumped into their laps. "Yes," he finally said. "Every day." Emily nodded. "Me too." Ben reached out and tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "I know." She leaned into his hand. Neither of them spoke for several seconds. Then Emily asked quietly, "Do you think people can have 2 moms?" Ben's hand stopped. "What?" "Nothing." "Emily." She looked away. "I was just asking." "Why?" "I don't know." Ben knew that answer. It wasn't true. Not completely. But he didn't push. "Not tonight." "Come on," he said softly. "It's bedtime." She nodded. Ben locked the workshop, turned off the lights, and followed his daughter into the house. Neither of them noticed the moving truck parked next door. Not yet. The next morning, Ben discovered that the house beside his had a new owner. He was carrying 2 sheets of plywood toward his truck when he heard a woman's voice. "Careful. That box is heavier than it looks." Ben glanced over. A woman stood in the driveway next door, trying to maneuver a cardboard box out of the back of a rental truck. She was around his age, maybe a little younger. Dark blonde hair tied loosely behind her head. Jeans. A faded blue sweater. No makeup that he could see. And an expression that suggested she had already regretted every decision that had led her to that driveway. Ben watched the box tilt dangerously. He dropped the plywood. "Don't move." The woman looked at him. "What?" "Let me get that." I've got it. You don't. Do. Oh, the bottom of the box gave way. Books spilled across the driveway. The woman stared at them. Ben stared at her. She sighed. Okay. He walked over. You should have listened to me. I was trying to. After arguing. I wasn't arguing. You were. She looked at him for a second. Then she smiled despite herself. Do you always tell strangers they're wrong? Only when they're standing underneath falling books. She laughed softly. It was the first thing Ben had heard from her that didn't sound exhausted. Together they gathered the books. Ben noticed the titles. Children's books, hundreds of them. You opening a bookstore? No. Then, that's a lot of bedtime stories. She hesitated. I'm a children's librarian. Ben looked at her. Really? She nodded. Olivia Reed? Ben Walker? I know. That caught him off guard. You know me, the carpenter. That's me? The one who built Mrs. Parker's porch? Yes. And the kitchen cabinets at the Wilson house? Yes. Olivia smiled. I've heard about you. Hopefully nothing bad. Mostly good. Mostly. She shrugged. I haven't decided yet. Ben laughed. Fair enough. For a few minutes, they worked without talking. It felt strangely easy, until Olivia picked up one of the children's books. Her smile disappeared. She stared at the cover. Ben didn't ask why. He had seen that expression before. It was the look people wore when something ordinary suddenly reminded them of something they weren't ready to remember. She placed the book inside the box. Thank you, she said. No problem. Ben returned to his truck. He had taken 2 steps when Olivia called after him. Ben. He turned. Yeah. Does your daughter like books? He smiled. Very much. What kind? All of them. Olivia nodded. That's a good answer. Then she carried the box inside. Ben stood there for another second before getting into his truck. He didn't know why. But for the first time in a long time, the house next door didn't feel empty. That evening, Emily noticed. There's someone living next door. Ben was making spaghetti. Yes. A woman. Yes. Is she married? Ben nearly dropped the spoon. Why would you ask that? Emily shrugged. Because I saw a moving truck. Ben stirred the sauce. She said she's a librarian. Emily's eyes widened. A real librarian. As far as I know. Does she have kids? I don't know. Does she like pancakes? Ben looked at her. Emily. What? You've asked me 4 questions about this woman. She smiled. I'm curious. You're nosy. I'm observant. Who taught you that word? You. Ben shook his head. Emily giggled. For the rest of dinner, he thought the conversation was over. He was wrong. Later that night, Ben was in the kitchen washing dishes when he heard Emily whispering. He turned. She was standing by the back door. Sweetheart. Emily froze. What are you doing? Nothing. Ben dried his hands. Come here. She didn't move. Emily. Slowly, she walked toward him. Where are you going? Next door? Why? She looked embarrassed. I want to meet the librarian. Ben sighed. It's late. I know. Tomorrow. But. Tomorrow. Emily looked disappointed. Okay. She walked upstairs. Ben watched her go. He had almost forgotten about the conversation when he heard the back door open again. He turned around. Emily was gone. Emily. No answer. Ben rushed outside. The backyard gate was open. He walked toward the fence. And there she was, standing in the narrow gap between their properties. Ben started toward her. Then stopped. Because Olivia was standing on the other side. She had just stepped outside with a cup of tea. Emily looked up at her. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then Emily said something that made Ben's entire body go still. Would you be my mom? Olivia froze. Ben couldn't breathe. Emily continued before either adult could respond. My dad needs someone. Ben felt something crack inside his chest. Olivia lowered the cup. Emily, you don't have to do it forever. Her little voice trembled. Just, maybe sometimes. Ben closed his eyes. He suddenly understood why Emily had asked about having two moms. Why she'd asked if Olivia had children. Why she'd wanted to meet her. His daughter wasn't looking for another mother because she had forgotten the first one. She was looking for someone because she remembered her too well. Olivia crouched down. Emily, sweetheart, you don't have to say yes. Emily looked down. I just thought maybe. Her voice broke. Ben stepped forward. Emily, she turned. Her face changed immediately when she saw him. Fear, shame. Oh, Ben walked toward her. Come here. She ran into his arms. He caught her and held her tightly. I'm sorry, she whispered. You don't have to apologize. I shouldn't have asked. No. I made her uncomfortable. Ben looked over Emily's head. Olivia was still crouching there. Her face was pale. No, Ben said quietly. You didn't do anything wrong. Emily buried her face against his shirt. Olivia stood. I think I should go inside. Ben nodded. Okay. She turned, then stopped. Ben, he looked at her. Olivia's eyes were wet. She's a wonderful little girl. Ben couldn't find a response. Olivia went inside. Ben carried Emily home. Neither of them spoke. 20 minutes later, Emily was tucked into bed. Ben sat beside her. Daddy? Yeah. Are you mad? No. Promise. I promise. She stared at the ceiling. I don't want to forget Mom. Ben's chest tightened. You won't. What if I like someone else? You're allowed to. What if I love someone else? Ben reached for her hand. Your heart doesn't have a limit. She looked at him. Really? Really? Emily nodded. Then she whispered something else. Do you like Olivia? Ben almost laughed. You're supposed to be sleeping. That means yes. No, it doesn't. It does. Good night, Emily. She smiled. Good night, Daddy. Ben kissed her forehead and turned off the light. But he didn't go downstairs. He stood in the hallway for a long time. Because Emily's question had opened a door he had spent 2 years keeping locked. Did he like Olivia? He barely knew her. She was a stranger. A woman who had just moved into the house next door. A woman who seemed to carry her own sadness. A woman who had looked at his daughter with something that wasn't pity. It was something else. Something Ben couldn't name. He finally went downstairs. Through the kitchen window he could see Olivia's house. One light was still on. He watched it for a moment. Then he turned away. He had a daughter who needed him. He had a business to run. Bills to pay. A house to maintain. A life that had already taught him what happened when you loved someone enough to lose them. He wasn't looking for another relationship. And neither, he suspected, was Olivia. That should have made things easier. It didn't. The next morning, Olivia knocked on Ben's door. Ben opened it. She stood there holding a children's book. Hi. Hi. There was an awkward silence. Then Olivia held up the book. I wanted to return this. Ben looked at it. That's not ours. I know. He frowned. Then why are you returning it? Olivia gave him a nervous smile. Because I brought it over last night. The Ben understood. Emily's book. The one she had left near the fence. Right? He took it. Thank you. Olivia nodded. I also wanted to apologize. You don't need to. I do. Olivia. I shouldn't have let that conversation happen. Ben looked at her. She asked you. I know. She wasn't your responsibility. I know. Then don't apologize. Olivia looked down. For a second, Ben thought she might leave. Instead, she said quietly, I don't think I should meet her. Ben's expression changed. What? Emily. Why? Olivia looked toward the street. Because she needs stability. She has stability. She needs someone who isn't going anywhere. Ben stared at her. Are you planning on leaving? Olivia shook her head. No. Then what's the problem? She hesitated. I don't want her getting attached to me. Ben didn't understand. You're a librarian. Less. You work with children. Less. You've probably had hundreds of kids become attached to you. That's different. How? Olivia looked directly at him. Because I'm not good at staying. Ben said nothing. There was something behind those words. Something painful. Something she wasn't telling him. I've been divorced for 6 months, she finally said. I moved here because I needed a fresh start. Ben nodded. I understand. No, you don't. The words came out sharper than she intended. She immediately looked sorry. I didn't mean. Just. She took a breath. My last relationship taught me that getting close to people doesn't always end well. Ben looked at her. So you're afraid of Emily? Olivia's eyes filled with tears. No. She shook her head. I'm afraid of disappointing her. Then she walked away. Ben stood in the doorway watching her disappear into the house next door. For the first time, he realized something. Olivia wasn't refusing Emily because she didn't care. She was refusing her because she cared too much. And somehow, that frightened Ben more than anything else. Because if Olivia was running from something, and Emily had already reached her heart, then sooner or later, Ben was going to have to find out what had happened to the woman next door. And he wasn't sure he was ready for the answer. If this story is keeping you interested, subscribe to Between Raindrops Stories and stay with Ben and Emily. Their story is only beginning. For the next 3 days, Olivia Reed became very good at avoiding the Walker family. Ben noticed. Emily noticed even more. Every morning, Olivia left her house at exactly 8:15. Every afternoon, she returned around 5:30, and every time she saw Ben or Emily outside, she smiled politely, lifted a hand in greeting, and found some reason to disappear inside. The first time, Ben assumed she was busy. The second time, he thought she might still feel embarrassed about what Emily had said. By the fourth time, he knew it wasn't an accident. She was avoiding them. Emily was taking it personally. She doesn't like me. Ben was repairing a loose cabinet hinge at the kitchen table when Emily said it. He looked up. What makes you think that? She won't talk to me? She talked to you. That was before. Before what? Emily shrugged. Before I asked her. Ben put the screwdriver down. Emily, you asked her a big question. I know. And she probably doesn't know what to say. She could say yes. Ben stared at her. Emily looked down at her homework. She could also say no. That's right. I don't want her to say no. I know. Emily's pencil stopped moving. Do you? Ben leaned back in his chair. Wes! How? Because you're my daughter. That doesn't mean you know everything. Ben smiled. No. It definitely doesn't. She looked at him. Do you think Mom would be mad? That question landed differently. Ben was quiet for a moment. No. You don't know that, he admitted. I don't. Emily picked at the corner of her worksheet. I don't want another mom. Ben's heart sank. You just asked Olivia to be your mom. I know. Then I'm confused. Emily looked up. I don't want another mom. She swallowed. I want someone who can be a mom too. Ben understood, and somehow, that hurt more. Because Emily wasn't trying to replace her mother. She was trying to fill a space that had been empty for 2 years. A space Ben had been pretending didn't exist. He reached across the table and took her hand. Your mom is still your mom. I know. Nobody can change that. I know. And you don't have to decide what you want right now. Emily nodded. Then she asked quietly, What? What about me? Do you want someone? Ben looked away. The question was too close to the truth. I have you. That isn't what I asked. Ben sighed. Who taught you to ask questions like this? You. That was a mistake. Emily smiled. Then she went back to her homework. Ben picked up the screwdriver. But he couldn't concentrate anymore. Because the truth was, he had stopped thinking about Olivia as simply the woman who lived next door. He thought about the way she smiled when she was trying not to. The way she had looked at Emily. The sadness in her eyes when she'd said she wasn't good at staying. And he couldn't stop wondering who had hurt her badly enough to make her believe leaving was safer than staying. 2 on Saturday morning, Ben was repairing the porch steps when he heard a familiar voice behind him. Daddy. He looked over his shoulder. Emily stood there holding a plate. What is that? Cookies. Ben frowned. Where did you get cookies? I made them. You made cookies. With help. From who? Emily smiled. Mrs. Parker. Ben laughed. That explains it. The Mrs. Parker lived 3 houses down and had been teaching Emily how to bake since the previous summer. Emily held the plate out. I made too many. Ben looked at the cookies. They were different sizes. Some were slightly burnt. One was missing a corner. He knew immediately where this was going. Nope. You don't even know what I'm going to ask. Yes, I do. Daddy? No. Please. No. You don't even have to come. Emily, I can do it. Do what? She looked toward Olivia's house. Give her cookies. Ben closed his eyes. She likes books. That doesn't mean she likes cookies. Everybody likes cookies. That's not true. Who doesn't like cookies? Ben thought about it. He couldn't name anyone. That's not the point. Emily hugged the plate. I just want to give her some. Ben looked at his daughter. There was nothing manipulative in her expression. No scheme. No attempt to force Olivia into anything. Just a little girl who wanted the woman next door to stop feeling like a stranger. Fine. Emily brightened. But, Ben added, you knock on the door. You give her the cookies. You don't ask her to be your mother. I wasn't going to. You promised? I promise. And if she says she doesn't want to visit? I'll say okay. And then, I come home. Ben nodded. Good. Emily ran toward the sidewalk. Wait. She stopped. Ben picked up his hammer. You've got chocolate on your cheek. She wiped the wrong side. The other side. She wiped again. New. Ben laughed. Come here. He wiped it away with his thumb. Then Emily crossed the yard. Ben watched from the porch. She walked up to Olivia's front door, knocked. Nothing. She knocked again. A few seconds later, the door opened. Olivia stood there in gray sweatpants and an oversized sweatshirt. Her hair was pulled into a messy bun. She looked surprised. Hi. Emily held out the plate. I made cookies. Olivia looked at them. Then at Emily. Then at Ben. Ben lifted one hand awkwardly. Olivia smiled. They look delicious. They're not. Olivia laughed. That honest. One of them is really good. Which one? Emily pointed. The middle one. Olivia picked it up. Then I'll start with that. She took a small bite. Emily watched her carefully. Well? Olivia chewed. Then nodded. It's good. Emily smiled. Really? Really? Ben could see the tension leaving his daughter's shoulders. Olivia looked at Emily. Thank you. Emily nodded. You're welcome. She turned to leave. Olivia stopped her. Emily? She turned. I'd like to give you something. Olivia disappeared inside. A moment later, she returned holding a book. It was an old hardcover children's story with a worn blue cover. I used to read this to kids at the library. Emily took it. Can I keep it? Of course. Thank you. Olivia smiled. Then Emily looked at the book. Can you read it to me? Ben immediately stepped forward. Emily. She looked at him. What? Ben gave her a look. She understood. Oh. She looked at Olivia. Sorry. Olivia's smile faded slightly. No, it's okay. Emily nodded. But, Emily. She walked back toward the house. Ben stayed where he was. Olivia looked at him. She's very sweet. She is. She reminds me of some of the kids at the library. Ben smiled. She loves books. I noticed. There was a brief silence. Then Olivia said, Thank you for letting her come over. She wanted to. I know. Ben looked toward the house. She misses her mother. Olivia's expression changed. I know. She doesn't talk about it much. Olivia nodded. Kids don't always know how to talk about grief. Ben looked at her. You seem to know a lot about that. Olivia lowered her eyes. I've worked around children for a long time. That isn't what I meant. She looked back at him. Neither spoke. Then Olivia gave him a small smile. I should put these cookies away before I eat all of them. Good nodded. Good plan. He turned. Ben. He looked back. Thank you. For what? For not pushing. Ben didn't know what she meant. Maybe she didn't either. He simply nodded. Then he walked home. That afternoon, Emily sat on the living room floor reading Olivia's book. Ben watched from the kitchen. She had been reading for almost an hour. Every few minutes, she looked toward the window. Ben knew what she was looking for. The house next door. Finally, Emily asked, Daddy? Yeah. Do you think Olivia likes us now? Ben smiled. I think she always liked you. What about you? He nearly choked on his coffee. What about me? Do you think she likes you? Ben looked at her. You are 8. I know. You're supposed to be thinking about cartoons in school. I do. Then think about those. Emily returned to her book. That's a yes. Ben shook his head. He didn't answer. But later that evening, he found himself standing in his workshop staring at a piece of walnut he'd been working on. He had no idea what he was building. His mind kept returning to Olivia. She had said thank you. She had smiled. She had accepted the cookies. She had given Emily a book. None of that meant anything. And yet, Ben felt something shifting. Something small. Something he didn't trust. On Monday, Ben stopped by the library. He hadn't planned to. He needed to pick a book Emily had reserved. At least, that was what he told himself. The Ravenwood Public Library was an old brick building downtown with tall windows and narrow aisles. Ben walked inside. A bell chimed above the door. He saw Olivia immediately. She was standing behind the children's desk, helping a little boy find a dinosaur book. Her entire face was different at work. She was relaxed, patient, warm. She crouched beside the boy and listened as he explained why he needed a book about dinosaurs. Ben watched from a distance. The boy finally chose a book. Olivia handed it to him. Good choice. He ran toward his mother. Olivia stood. Then she noticed Ben. Her smile appeared. Hates. What brings you here? Emily's book came in. Of course. She walked toward a shelf. Ben followed. You have her book. I do. She pulled it from a cart. Here. Ben took it. Thanks. You're welcome. No. He should have left. Instead, he looked around. You like working here? Olivia smiled. I love it. You're good at it. Thank you. Emily said you gave her a book. I did. She hasn't put it down. That's good. She even read while eating breakfast. Olivia laughed. That's dangerous. I told her that. She'll learn. Ben smiled. Then he noticed something. A framed photograph on Olivia's desk. It showed Olivia standing beside another woman, They were both smiling. There was a wedding ring on Olivia's finger in the picture. Ben looked away immediately. He hadn't meant to stare. Olivia noticed anyway. My ex-husband. Ben nodded. I'm sorry? Don't be. I didn't mean to. You didn't. She took the photograph and turned it face down. Ben felt uncomfortable. I should go. Olivia looked at him. But, yeah, you can ask. Ask what? About him. Ben shook his head. It's none of my business. Something softened in her expression. Thank you. He nodded. Then she said, but if you're wondering. Ben waited. We were married for 11 years. He didn't interrupt. He wasn't a bad man. Ben hadn't expected that. Olivia continued. That would almost be easier. What happened? She looked down. We stopped being good to each other. Ben said nothing. Sometimes people don't hurt each other because they're cruel, she said. Sometimes they just become two people who don't know how to be happy together anymore. Ben understood that more than he wanted to. Olivia looked at him. That's all. He nodded. I understand. Do you? Ben looked toward the children's section. My wife died. Olivia's face changed. I know. Ben looked at her. You knew? Mrs. Parker told me. Of course she did. Olivia smiled faintly. She also told me you're stubborn. Ben laughed. That sounds like her. She said you're a good father. Ben looked away. He didn't know why those words affected him. Maybe because they came from Olivia. Maybe because he wasn't sure he believed them himself. Olivia returned the photograph to its place. Ben. Yeah. I meant what I said. What? About not wanting Emily to get attached to me. Ben waited. I like her. He nodded. I know. More than I expected. That surprised him. Olivia looked toward the children's area. She has this way of looking at people like she trusts them before they've earned it. Ben smiled. That's Emily. And that's dangerous. Why? Because not everyone deserves that trust. Ben studied her face. Are you saying you don't? Olivia looked at him. Yes. The answer was immediate. Ben didn't believe it, but he didn't argue. That evening, something unexpected happened. Ben was in his workshop when someone knocked on the side door. He opened it. Olivia stood there. She looked nervous. Everything okay? Yes. What happened? Nothing. Ben waited. Olivia held up a small wooden box. I bought this at the antique store downtown. Ben looked at it. Okay? I want to fix it. He smiled. You came to the carpenter. I thought you might help. Sure. She stepped inside. Ben noticed that she looked around the workshop differently than she had before. She wasn't just visiting. She was curious. What is it? He asked. My grandmother's jewelry box. Ben carefully took it from her. It's old. Very. Why fix it now? Olivia hesitated. Because I found it when I was unpacking. And she looked at the box. I realized I had forgotten what was inside. Ben opened it carefully. Inside was a small photograph. An older woman holding a young Olivia. Ben smiled. Your grandmother? Yes. You look like her. Olivia smiled. Everyone says that. Ben examined the damaged hinge. This is easy. Really? Yeah. He picked up his tools. You want to watch? Olivia nodded. She sat on a stool nearby. For the next 20 minutes, they talked about nothing important. Wood, books, Ravenwood, the terrible coffee at the gas station, Mrs. Parker's habit of telling everyone's business. It was easy. Almost too easy. Then Ben looked up. Olivia was watching him. What? Nothing. You're staring. I know. Why? She smiled. Because you're different here. Different how? You're relaxed. Ben glanced around the workshop. I've worked here for 15 years. I know. You make it sound like that's unusual. It is. How? She thought about it. You look like you belong somewhere. Ben didn't know what to say. Olivia looked down. Sorry. No. He set the screwdriver down. You don't have to apologize every time you say something honest. She looked at him. I'm trying to learn that. Ben nodded. So am I. For a moment, neither spoke. Then the lights flickered. Olivia laughed. What? You have terrible lighting. Ben looked up. It's a workshop. It looks like a haunted basement. You're welcome to leave. She smiled. I might. But she didn't. Not immediately. See, an hour later, Olivia stood at her front door. Ben handed her the repaired box. Thank you. You don't owe me anything. I know. She looked at him. Then she said something that surprised him. Would you like to have coffee sometime? Ben froze. Olivia immediately looked nervous. Just coffee. Sure.
Not a date?
Oh, okay. Just coffee. I heard you. Good. Ben smiled. Tomorrow. She hesitated, then nodded. Tomorrow. He walked back across the yard. Olivia went inside. For the first time since moving into Ravenwood, she didn't feel like running. But there was something Ben didn't know. And something Olivia had not told him. The reason she had moved next door wasn't simply because she wanted a fresh start. 3 weeks before she arrived, her ex-husband had called her. He had said one sentence that had stayed with her. You'll never be able to make anyone stay. Olivia had spent 3 weeks trying to prove him wrong. And now, without meaning to, she was already beginning to care about a widowed father and his little girl. Which meant she was walking straight toward the one thing she had promised herself she would never risk again. A family. And this time, there was a little girl who could get hurt if Olivia failed. Ben arrived at Olivia's house at 7 the next morning. He stood on her porch for almost 10 seconds before knocking. It was ridiculous. He had walked into burning kitchens, climbed roofs in winter, and once spent 3 hours trapped under a collapsed section of flooring waiting for help. But knocking on Olivia Reed's door somehow made him nervous. He finally raised his hand. Before he could knock, the door opened. Olivia stood there holding 2 coffee mugs. You're early. Ben checked his watch. 7 o'clock. I know. You said 7. I know. Then I'm not early. You're exactly on time. Good. She smiled. Come in. Ben stepped inside. The house still looked like someone had moved in only recently. There were boxes along the hallway. Books stacked against the walls. A lamp sitting on the floor because, apparently, she hadn't found the right table yet. And on the kitchen counter, there were 2 mugs waiting. Ben looked at them. You made coffee. I did. Real coffee. I'm capable of making coffee. I wasn't questioning your abilities. You were. I was curious. She handed him a mug. Drink it before I change my mind. Ben took a sip, then nodded. Good. Olivia narrowed her eyes. That sounded surprised. It wasn't. You expected terrible coffee. I've never had your coffee. Exactly. Ben smiled. She shook her head. You're difficult. So I've been told. They sat at the small kitchen table. For a while, neither said much. The silence wasn't uncomfortable. That surprised Ben. Usually, when 2 people didn't know each other well, silence felt like something that needed fixing. With Olivia, it didn't. She looked out the window. Your daughter is still asleep. Probably. She doesn't usually wake up this early. She's 8. That doesn't answer the question. She sleeps like a rock. Olivia smiled. Lucky. You don't sleep. Not much. Ben noticed the tiredness under her eyes. Nightmares. Olivia looked at him. No. Then she smiled faintly. Too many thoughts. Ben understood that. He had plenty of those himself. What about you? She asked. What about me? Do you sleep? Sometimes. That's another non-answer. Ben looked into his coffee. Depends on the night. Why? He didn't answer immediately. Then he said, sometimes I wake up and forget for a second. Olivia waited. Forget what? That she's gone. He didn't have to explain who. Olivia understood. And then I remember. Olivia lowered her eyes. I'm sorry. You don't have to be. I know. He looked at her. She smiled slightly. I'm trying to stop apologizing. Good. She took a sip of coffee. I'm trying to stop running away too. Ben looked at her. From what? Olivia stared out the window. Everything. He didn't push. She seemed grateful. They talked for nearly an hour. Not about anything important. That was what made it important. Olivia told him about the library. Ben told her about a customer who had once asked him to build a dining table without using any wood. Olivia laughed so hard she nearly spilled her coffee. You're serious? He said he wanted something natural. What did you tell him? I asked if he wanted me to build it out of air. She laughed again. Ben smiled. He hadn't heard that sound enough. Not from her. Not from anyone. Then Olivia asked, do you ever take a day off? Sometimes. When? Christmas. That's one day. 2. Thanksgiving. 2. My birthday. 3. Ben shrugged. I'm improving. You're impossible. Probably. She smiled. Then something changed. Olivia's eyes moved toward the window. Ben? Yeah. Can I ask you something? Sure. Did you date after your wife died? He knew that question would eventually come. No. Not once. No. Why? Ben thought about it. Because Emily needed me. She needed her father. Wes. But that wasn't the only reason. No. He looked down at his hands. I didn't want to. Olivia nodded. Why? I was angry. At your wife. No. Then. Who? Everyone. Olivia stayed quiet. Ben continued. I was angry at doctors, at God, at myself, at people who told me everything happened for a reason. He laughed without humor. I hated that sentence. I do too. He looked at her. Why? Because sometimes things happen for no good reason. Ben nodded. That's exactly what I thought. The room became quiet. Olivia looked at him. You still feel that way? Sometimes. And now? Ben glanced toward the window. I don't know. He didn't tell her that meeting her had made him question some of the things he'd accepted as permanent. He didn't know how. He barely knew her. But there was something about Olivia that made him want to talk. Maybe it was because she didn't try to fix him. She just listened. When Ben returned home, Emily was sitting at the kitchen table eating cereal. She looked up. Where were you? Having coffee. With who? Ben put his keys down. You know who? Emily's eyes widened. Olivia. Wes. She smiled. Did you kiss her? Ben nearly dropped his keys. No. Did she kiss you? No, Po. Did you hold hands? No. Did she say she likes you? Emily. What? You ask too many questions. She smiled. You said that yesterday, and it was true yesterday. It can be true today too. Ben sat across from her. It was just coffee. Emily nodded. Okay. Then she took another bite of cereal. Ben watched her. That's it? What? You're not going to ask anything else? No. Really? She shrugged. I'm waiting. For what? For you to tell me? Ben stared at her. Tell you what? If you like her. Ben sighed. Emily. Daddy. He smiled despite himself. You're 8. I know. You don't need to worry about adult things. She looked at him seriously. I worry about you. That stopped him. What do you mean? You're always alone. Ben looked away. I'm not alone. You are when I'm at school, That's okay. It doesn't have to be. He looked back at her. Emily reached across the table. You can like Olivia. Ben swallowed. Okay. And she can like you. Okay. And nobody is replacing Mom. His throat tightened. No. Emily returned to her cereal. Ben sat there silently. His daughter had said in 30 seconds what he had spent 2 years refusing to admit. He wanted someone. Not because he needed someone to take care of Emily. Not because he couldn't manage the house. Not because he was lonely every night. He wanted someone because he was still alive. And maybe it was okay to admit that. That afternoon, Olivia went to the library. She spent the first hour organizing returned books. The second hour helping children with their summer reading lists. The third hour avoiding one particular thought. Ben. She hated how easy the morning had felt. That was the problem. If it had been awkward, she could have dismissed it. If he had been arrogant, she could have kept her distance. If he had pushed her to talk about her divorce, she could have walked away. But he hadn't. He had simply sat there. Listened. Laughed and made her feel normal. She hadn't felt normal in a long time. At 4:30, her coworker, Karen, walked over. You're smiling. Olivia looked up. No, I'm not. You are. I'm not. You've been smiling at that computer screen for 5 minutes. Olivia looked at the computer. She wasn't even reading anything. Karen folded her arms. Who is he? There isn't a he. There is absolutely a he. Olivia shook her head. It's my neighbor. It's not like that. Karen smiled. Of course not. It's complicated. That's usually how these things start. Nothing is starting. Karen raised an eyebrow. Olivia sighed. He's a widower. Okay? He has a daughter. Okay? She asked me to be her mother. Karen's expression changed. Oh. Exactly. That's a lot. It is. What did you say? I told her I couldn't. Karen nodded. And the father? What had coffee? Karen stared at her. You had coffee. That's all. Did you like him? Olivia hesitated. Yes. Karen waited. Olivia sighed. More than I should. Why? Because I don't want to do this again. Do what? Care. Karen's expression softened. You can't spend the rest of your life punishing yourself for what happened. Olivia looked away. I'm not punishing myself. You moved to another town. I needed a change. You left a husband. We're divorced. You left your friends. They were his friends too. You left the library you loved. I transferred. You're living in a house where you hadn't unpacked half your boxes. Olivia said nothing. Karen leaned closer. You're not starting over. What am I doing? Trying not to remember. That hit too close. Olivia turned back to her computer. I have work. Karen walked away. Olivia stared at the screen. She knew her friend was right. She just wasn't ready to admit it. That evening, Ben was repairing a chair in the workshop when Emily appeared. Daddy. Yeah. Can I go next door? Ben looked at her. Why? I want to give Olivia something. What? She held up a drawing. It showed 3 people standing in front of a house. Ben, Emily, and Olivia. Ben stared at it. Who's this? Olivia. I can see that. And who's that? You? And that's me? I know. Emily smiled. I made it for her. Ben looked at the picture again. Sweetheart. What? Maybe wait. Why? Because Olivia is still getting comfortable here. She likes us. I know. Then why can't I give it to her? Ben didn't have a good answer. Because sometimes adults need time. Emily frowned. Time for what? Ben looked toward the window, figuring things out. She nodded slowly. Okay. She started walking away, then turned. Are you scared too? Ben froze. What? like Olivia. He looked at her. Emily's eyes were serious. You both look scared when you're together. Ben didn't know what to say. Emily walked upstairs. Ben remained in the workshop. The chair sat unfinished in front of him. For the first time, he wondered if his daughter saw something he couldn't. At 8:30, someone knocked on his door. Ben opened it. Olivia stood outside. She was holding the repaired jewelry box. I wanted to show you something. She opened the box. The hinge worked perfectly. Ben smiled. Looks good. Better than good. She looked at him. I wanted to thank you. You already did. I know. She hesitated. Can I come in? Ben stepped aside. Sure. Olivia entered. She looked around the living room. There were photographs everywhere. Ben's wife. Emily as a baby. Emily at school. Emily holding a fish. Emily missing her front teeth. Olivia stopped at one photograph. It showed Ben's wife holding Emily when she was about 4. She was beautiful. Ben stood beside her. She was. What was her name? Sarah. Olivia studied the picture. She looks happy? She was. Ben's voice softened. She loved being a mom. Olivia looked at him. That's why Emily misses her so much. Yeah. They stood silently. Then Olivia noticed something. A small wooden cabinet near the wall. Did you make that? Ben nodded. For Sarah. Yes. It's beautiful. She wanted something for Emily's books. Olivia ran her fingers lightly over the edge. You kept it. Of course. She looked at him. I'm glad. Ben didn't understand. Why? Because it means you didn't erase her. He stared at Olivia. She continued quietly. Sometimes people think moving forward means leaving someone behind. Ben swallowed. But it doesn't. Olivia looked toward Sarah's photograph. You can love someone who is gone and still make room for someone who's here? Ben couldn't speak. Olivia seemed to realize what she had said. Her face changed. I shouldn't have. No. Ben stopped her. Don't apologize. She nodded. For a few seconds, they stood in silence. Then Ben said, Would you like some coffee? Olivia smiled. It's 8:30. I know. You're offering coffee at night. I'm a carpenter, not a clock. She laughed. Okay. They went into the kitchen. Neither of them noticed Emily standing halfway down the stairs. She watched them for a moment. Then, quietly, smiled. The next morning, Olivia found a folded piece of paper slipped beneath her front door. She picked it up. There were only 6 words written in a child's handwriting. Thank you for not leaving yet. Olivia stood frozen in the hallway. She read the sentence again. Then again. Her eyes filled with tears. Because she knew exactly who had written it. And for the first time since her divorce, she was terrified of leaving. Not because she wanted to stay. Because she had finally found a reason to. And she wasn't sure she was strong enough to trust that reason. Olivia stood in the hallway for almost a full minute. The note was still in her hand. 6 words. That was all. Thank you for not leaving yet. She sat down on the bottom step. She read it again. Then she folded it carefully and held it against her chest. She should have thrown it away. That would have been easier. She should have told herself that Emily was only 8. Children said things without understanding how much weight adults could put behind them. But Olivia understood exactly what the little girl was saying. She had noticed. She had noticed that Olivia was different from the adults who had come and gone. And somehow, without even trying, Emily had started hoping Olivia would stay. That scared her. More than Ben did. More than the possibility of falling in love. Because falling in love could hurt one person. But if she became important to Emily and then disappeared, she could hurt a child who had already lost her mother. Olivia closed her eyes. No, she whispered. She wasn't going to let that happen. Across the yard, Ben was making breakfast. Emily sat at the table, unusually quiet. Ben placed a plate of toast in front of her. Something wrong? You've been staring at that window for 5 minutes. Emily looked away. I was just thinking. About. She shrugged. Ben sat down. You don't have to tell me. I know. He waited. After a moment, Emily said, I left something at Olivia's. What? A note. Ben's eyebrows rose. What kind of note? Emily looked embarrassed. Just a little one. Emily, I said thank you. For what? For staying. Ben's expression softened. Sweetheart, I didn't tell her to stay. I know. I just wanted her to know I liked having her here. Ben reached across the table. That was kind. Emily nodded. But I think she might be sad. Why? She looked sad yesterday. Ben thought about Olivia's face the previous evening. She has things she's dealing with. Like Mom. Maybe. Emily looked at him. Do you think she's going to leave? Ben didn't answer immediately. I don't know. Emily's shoulders dropped. But she lives next door. For now. Emily looked down at her toast. I don't want another person to leave. Ben's chest tightened. He reached across the table and pulled her into his arms. I know. She hugged him. I've got you. You promise. Always. 9:15. Ben saw Olivia leave her house. She walked toward her car carrying a tote bag. She noticed him. Stopped. For a second, neither moved. Then she crossed the yard. Good morning. Morning. Ben looked at her. You okay? Olivia nodded. Yes. You sure? She gave him a small smile. No. That answer surprised him. What happened? She looked toward the house. Emily left me a note. Ben's face changed. I know? You know. She told me. Olivia nodded. She shouldn't have had to say that. Say what? That she doesn't want me to leave. You're Ben. You watched her carefully. You're not planning to. Olivia looked at him. I don't know. He felt something in his chest tighten. Why? Because I don't know what I'm doing. Neither do I. She gave a weak laugh. That doesn't help. It wasn't supposed to. Olivia smiled. Then her expression became serious. Ben, I need you to understand something. Okay? I care about Emily. I know. I care about you too. Ben didn't move. She continued. And that's exactly why I need to be careful. He looked at her. Careful about what? Making promises. Ben understood. You're afraid she'll get attached. Yes. And then you'll leave. Olivia nodded. Ben stepped closer. Are you planning to leave Ravenwood? No. Then why are we talking about leaving? Because I don't know what happens 6 months from now. Neither do I. That doesn't mean we should pretend. We're not pretending. Olivia looked down. Ben, I've already done this once. What? Built my life around another person. She swallowed. I thought if I loved someone enough, they'd stay. Ben didn't interrupt. They didn't. Her voice became quieter. And after 11 years, I realized I had built my entire life around someone who didn't want the same life anymore. Ben's expression softened. So you stopped trusting yourself. Olivia looked up. Yes. That answer hurt him. Not because of what it meant for him, because he could see how much it hurt her. You don't have to decide anything today. I know. You don't have to promise Emily anything. Twip. I know. You don't have to promise me anything either. Olivia stared at him. Then what do I do? Ben thought for a moment. Stay today. She looked confused. What? Don't worry about 6 months. He pointed toward the ground. Just stay today. Olivia's eyes filled. That sounds easy. It isn't. She smiled. No. It doesn't have to be. For the first time that morning, Olivia looked less afraid. Okay, okay. That afternoon, Ben received a phone call from the school. He was in the workshop when his phone rang. Mr. Walker. Wes. This is Mrs. Collins, Emily's teacher. Ben immediately straightened. Is Emily okay? She is? Did something happen? Not exactly. Ben waited. She had an assignment today. What kind? A family drawing. Ben's stomach tightened. And she drew 3 people. He knew before the teacher said the names. Emily, you and Sarah. There was a pause. No. Ben closed his eyes. Who did she draw? Emily. You. And Olivia. He didn't know what to say. Mrs. Collins continued gently. I thought you should know because Emily was very emotional when another student asked who the 3rd person was. What happened? She told them Olivia was going to be her new mom. Ben's heart sank. She said that. Yes. Did anyone say anything? A little teasing. Ben's jaw tightened. Is she okay? She cried. He gripped the edge of the workbench. I'll talk to her. Please do. After the call ended, Ben stood motionless. He knew Emily wasn't trying to cause trouble, but this was becoming real. Too real. And Olivia had been right. A child who had already lost one parent was beginning to imagine another. Ben couldn't allow Emily to build an entire future around a woman who wasn't ready to promise she would be there. He picked Emily up from school that afternoon. She climbed into the truck quietly. Ben started the engine. Neither spoke for several minutes. Finally, Emily said, Are you mad? No. Mrs. Collins called you. Yes. I didn't mean to. I know. She asked me to draw my family. Ben kept his eyes on the road. Okay. So I did. Okay. I drew Olivia because... She stopped. Because what? Because she feels like someone who belongs here. The Ben swallowed. Emily, I know. You can't tell people Olivia is your mom. I know. She isn't. I know. She might never be. Emily looked out the window. I know. That last answer hurt. Ben pulled into the driveway. They sat there. Then Emily whispered, I just wanted her to be part of the picture. Ben turned toward her. Sweetheart. I know Mom is my mom. I know. But there are empty places. Ben's eyes filled. He reached over and hugged her. You're allowed to miss her. I do. And you're allowed to like Olivia. I do. But you can't make Olivia responsible for filling that empty place. Emily nodded against his shoulder. Okay? You understand? Yes. Ben kissed her hair. Good. She pulled back. Can I still be her friend? Ben smiled. Yes. Can she still be your friend? He hesitated. Yes. Emily smiled. Good. That evening, Olivia was shelving books when she saw Ben enter the library. She knew immediately something was wrong. He didn't smile. He walked straight toward her. Can we talk? Olivia nodded. They stepped into a quiet corner near the back shelves. What happened? Emily's teacher called me. Olivia's face changed. Is she okay? Yes. Then what? Ben told her. He didn't soften it. He didn't blame Emily. He simply explained what had happened. When he finished, Olivia stared at the floor. I knew this would happen. It's not your fault. I should have kept my distance. No. Ben. No. She looked at him. She's 8. I know. She doesn't understand what she's asking for. I know. She thinks I'm going to become her mother. She doesn't. Olivia's eyes filled. She drew me as part of her family. Ben nodded. She did. Olivia closed her eyes. That scares me. I know. What if I can't do this? Then you don't. She looked at him. What? You don't have to be Emily's mother. Olivia said nothing. You don't even have to be my girlfriend. Her eyes widened. Ben, you don't owe us that. She looked away. But I want to know you. That stopped her. Ben continued. I want to know who you are when you're not trying to run. Olivia's eyes filled with tears. I don't know if I know who that is anymore. Then we'll figure it out. She looked at him. What? Ben nodded. If you want. Olivia wiped her cheek. You make everything sound so simple. New. Oh, Ben smiled faintly. I just don't think everything has to be solved today. She stared at him. Then she whispered, I don't know how to do this. Neither do I. That's not very reassuring. It's honest. She laughed through her tears. That might be worse. Probably. For a moment, they stood there. Then Olivia stepped closer. Not enough to touch him. Just enough that Ben could feel the distance between them disappear. I want to try, she whispered. Ben's heart stopped. Try what? Getting to know you. He nodded. Okay. But slowly. Slow is good. And no promises. And Emily needs to understand that too. I'll talk to her. Olivia nodded. Then she reached out. Her fingers touched his hand. Only for a second. But neither pulled away immediately. It was the first time Olivia had touched him without needing a reason. And Ben felt something he hadn't felt since before Sarah died. 3 days later, Olivia invited Emily to the library. Not to be her mother. Not to replace Sarah. Just to spend an afternoon together. Emily was thrilled. Ben dropped her off. Before she went inside, he crouched beside her. Remember what we talked about? Emily nodded. She's my friend. Exactly. And you're her friend. Ben smiled. Exactly. Emily ran inside. Olivia met her at the children's desk. Hi. I have something for you. Emily's eyes widened. What? Come with me. Olivia led her toward a small reading room. There was a blanket on the floor, a pile of books, 2 cups of hot chocolate, and a handwritten sign. Emily's reading corner. Emily stared at it. You made this. Olivia nodded. For us. For us. Emily smiled. Can we read together? Yes. Every week. Olivia hesitated. She looked at the little girl, then smiled. Let's start with today. Emily nodded. That was enough. For now. Outside the library, Ben sat in his truck. He watched through the window. He saw Emily laugh. He saw Olivia laugh. And for the first time, he allowed himself to imagine something he had been afraid to imagine. Not replacing Sarah. Not erasing the past. Something new. Something that belonged only to the 3 of them. But then his phone rang. It was a number he didn't recognize. Hello. A man's voice answered. Is this Ben Walker? Wes. This is Mark Reed. Ben's expression changed. Olivia's ex-husband. Ben looked through the library window. Olivia was sitting beside Emily, reading a book. Mark continued. I need to talk to you about Olivia. Ben's grip tightened around the phone. Why? Because she hasn't told you the truth about why our marriage ended. Ben stared through the glass. And suddenly the woman he thought he was beginning to understand became a stranger again. What's the truth? There was a pause. Then Mark said, she left out the part that matters. Ben stayed in his truck for several seconds after the call ended. He could still hear Mark Reed's voice in his head. She left out the part that matters. The 6 Ben looked through the library window. Olivia was sitting beside Emily. Emily was holding a picture book open between them. Olivia pointed at something on the page. Emily laughed. The scene looked so ordinary, so safe. And now one phone call had made Ben question all of it. His first instinct was to walk inside and ask Olivia what she had been hiding. His second instinct was stronger. Don't. Not here. Not with Emily sitting beside her. He started the truck, then stopped. He couldn't leave without his daughter, so he sat there and waited. 20 minutes later, Emily came running out. Daddy? Ben forced a smile. Hey? That was the best day. Yeah. She showed me the secret book room. Secret book room. It isn't really secret. Then why is it secret? Because grown-ups don't know about it. Ben smiled. That sounds suspicious. Emily climbed into the passenger seat. Can we go again tomorrow? Maybe? Please. We'll see. She looked at him. You're thinking about something. Ben's smile disappeared. Why do you say that? You have your thinking face. My what? Your thinking face. She demonstrated by pressing her lips together and staring at the dashboard. Ben laughed despite himself. That's not what I look like. It is. He started the engine. Seat belt. Emily buckled herself in. They drove home. Ben didn't mention Mark. He wasn't going to put adult problems on an 8-year-old. But as they pulled into the driveway, Emily looked toward Olivia's house. Is she okay? Ben glanced at her. Why wouldn't she be? She looked sad when you came to get me. Ben's stomach tightened. You noticed. She gets quiet sometimes. Ben looked toward the house next door. The curtains were closed. Maybe she's tired. Emily nodded. Then she said something that stayed with him. She looks like you when you miss Mom. Ben didn't answer. Because she was right. That night, Ben didn't sleep. At 11:30, he was sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee he didn't need. At 12:15, he was still there. At 1, he finally picked up his phone. He had Mark's number. He could call. He didn't. Instead, he searched the name. SS Mark Reed. Doc Scress. There were hundreds of people with that name. Nothing useful. He put the phone down, then picked it up again. He wasn't jealous. At least, he didn't think he was. This wasn't about Olivia having an ex-husband. Everyone had a past. He had one too. This was about the way Mark had spoken. Like Olivia had lied. Like there was something serious she hadn't told him. Ben hated secrets, especially when Emily was involved. He finally went upstairs. He stopped outside Emily's room. She was asleep. Her stuffed rabbit was tucked under her arm. Ben smiled. Then he went into his own room. He lay down and stared at the ceiling until morning. At 8:15, Olivia knocked on his door. Ben opened it. She was holding a small paper bag, breakfast. Ben looked at the bag. What is this? Bagels. You brought me breakfast. And coffee. She held up another cup. Ben took it. Thank you. She smiled. You look tired. Didn't sleep much. Me neither. He looked at her. Why? She hesitated. I was thinking. About you. That caught him off guard. What about me? She gave him a nervous smile. I don't know yet. Ben looked down at the coffee. Can I ask you something? Olivia's expression changed. Of course. Did Mark call you? Her face went pale. Ben immediately knew. You know. She swallowed. He called you? Yes. What did he say? That he needed to talk to me about you. Olivia looked away. What else? That you haven't told me the truth about why your marriage ended. Silence. Ben waited. Olivia closed her eyes. I knew this would happen. What would happen? He would eventually find you. Ben's stomach tightened. Why? Because he doesn't like losing control. Ben studied her. Control over what? Olivia looked at him. Me. Ben stepped aside. Come in. Olivia entered. She sat at the kitchen table. Ben sat across from her. Neither touched the coffee. Start at the beginning, he said. Olivia stared at her hands. My marriage didn't end because we stopped getting along. Ben waited. We did stop getting along. She took a breath. But that wasn't the whole story. What was? Olivia looked toward the window. Mark wanted children. Ben said nothing. I couldn't have them. He frowned. Couldn't. I had a miscarriage. The room went quiet. Olivia continued. It happened 11 years ago. Ben's expression softened. I'm sorry. It was early. She looked down. I didn't even know I was pregnant until I lost the baby. Ben didn't interrupt. I thought I was okay. She gave a sad smile. I wasn't. What happened? Mark wanted to try again. Ben waited. I didn't. Because you were afraid. Yes. Olivia's voice became quieter. I couldn't imagine going through that again. Ben understood. So you disagreed about having children? That was part of it. What was the other part? Olivia looked directly at him. Mark didn't accept no. Ben's jaw tightened. What do you mean? He kept saying I would change my mind. And you didn't. No. He pressured you?
Wes.
How? Olivia looked away. Constantly. She rubbed her thumb against her palm. Every conversation became about children. She laughed bitterly. He would bring up friends who were pregnant, couples who had 3 kids, people we knew who adopted. Ben's expression hardened. That sounds awful. It was worse when we were alone. What did he do? He didn't hit me. Ben waited. But he made me feel like I was broken. That sentence landed hard. He told me I had ruined our marriage. Ben looked down. He said I was selfish. Olivia swallowed. He told me if I loved him, I'd give him the family he wanted. Ben felt anger rising. That's not love. I know that now. Did you leave because of that? I left because one night he gave me an ultimatum. What kind? He said I had to agree to try for a baby again, or our marriage was over. Ben stared at her. And you left? Yes. He nodded slowly. That makes sense. Olivia looked at him. You're not angry? No. You don't think I should have tried? No. You don't think I was selfish? Ben leaned forward. Olivia, you lost a baby. Her eyes filled. You were scared. Less. You were grieving. Yes. And someone you loved turned your grief into a condition for staying married. Olivia's tears finally fell. Ben reached across the table. He didn't pull her toward him. He simply placed his hand beside hers. You weren't selfish. Olivia looked at his hand. Then she placed hers over it. I wish I had believed that 2 years ago. Ben gently squeezed her fingers. You believe it now? Most days. That's enough. There was a knock at the door. Both of them looked toward it. Ben stood. It was Mark. He was standing on the porch. Olivia's face drained of color. Ben immediately understood. She wasn't afraid of the past. She was afraid the past had found her. Mark looked through the doorway. Olivia. She didn't move. Ben stepped outside. You need to leave. Mark looked at him. So you're Ben? Yes? I wanted to talk to Olivia. She doesn't want to talk to you. Mark smiled. You don't know what you're talking about. I know enough. Mark's expression hardened. You've known her for what? A few weeks. That's right. And you think you understand her? No. Ben stepped closer. But I believe her. That seemed to irritate Mark. You should hear both sides. I don't need to. You're making a mistake. Maybe? Mark looked past him. Olivia was standing in the kitchen. She looked terrified. Mark smiled. See? She won't even tell you everything. Ben turned slightly. Leave. Mark shook his head. You'll find out. He walked back toward his car. Ben watched until he drove away. Then he closed the door. Olivia was still standing in the kitchen. Ben walked toward her. Are you okay? She nodded. No. He stopped. I don't want him near Emily. He won't be. You don't know that. I'll make sure he stays away. Olivia looked at him. You shouldn't have to. I know. I didn't want this. I know. I moved here because I wanted him out of my life. And now he's here. She nodded. I should leave. Ben's heart dropped. What? He'll keep coming. Olivia. I don't want him hurting you. He won't. You don't know that. I know how to handle a man like that. She looked at him. You don't know what he's capable of. Ben stared at her. What else haven't you told me? Olivia looked away. There is one more thing. His stomach tightened. What? Mark and I didn't just divorce. Ben waited. He fought me over the house. What house? Our old house. What happened? He wanted me to give him everything. Why? Because he said I had destroyed his chance to have a family. Ben's jaw tightened. What did you do? I refused. So, he threatened to make my life difficult. Ben looked at her. Did he? Wes. How? He contacted my employer. Ben's eyes narrowed. What did he tell them? That I was unstable. What? He said I had mental health problems. Ben stared at her. Did they believe him? Not completely. But I was transferred. That's why you came here. Wes. Ben finally understood. The new town, the new library, the boxes, the distance. She hadn't simply moved for a fresh start. She had been trying to disappear, and now the person she'd been hiding from had found her. That afternoon, Ben drove to the library. Olivia wasn't at the desk. Karen was. She went home. Is she okay? Karen looked at him. Did he find her? Ben froze. You knew. Karen nodded. She told me about Mark. How much? Enough. Ben looked toward the children's section. Is she planning to leave? Karen sighed. She talked about it. Ben's chest tightened. Why? Because she's terrified. Of him. Of hurting you. Ben looked confused. Me. And Emily. Karen lowered her voice. She thinks anyone who gets close to her eventually gets hurt. Ben nodded. That isn't her fault. I know. Does she believe that? Karen smiled sadly. No. Ben turned toward the exit. Where is she? Karen gave him an address. Ben. He stopped. She needs someone who doesn't try to rescue her. Ben nodded. I know. What are you going to do? He looked back. I'm going to remind her that staying isn't the same thing as making a promise. What's he to? Olivia was sitting on the floor of her living room when Ben arrived. Boxes surrounded her. Half packed. She looked exhausted. You shouldn't be here? I know. I might leave. I know. She looked at him. Then why did you come? Ben stepped inside. Because you don't get to disappear without saying goodbye. Her eyes filled. I don't want to say goodbye. Then, don't. I don't know what to do. Neither do I. She laughed through her tears. You keep saying that. Because it's true. Ben sat on the floor beside her. For several seconds. They stared at the boxes. Then Olivia whispered, what if he keeps coming? We'll deal with it. What if he ruins this? He won't. What if he hurts Emily? He won't get near her. What if he hurts you? Ben looked at her. Then I'll deal with that too. She shook her head. You make everything sound so simple. No. He looked around the room. I just don't want fear making every decision for us. Olivia stared at him. Use. Ben nodded. You and me. She looked down. I don't know if I deserve someone like you. Ben frowned. Don't say that. Why? Because I don't want to hear you talk about yourself like that. She wiped her tears. You barely know me. I know enough. Do you? Yes. How? Because when Emily needed someone, you didn't run because you didn't care. Olivia looked at him. You ran because you cared too much. She broke down. Ben reached for her hand. This time she didn't hesitate. She leaned against him. He wrapped his arm around her. Neither said anything. They didn't need to. That evening, Emily came home from school. She found Ben in the kitchen. "Where's Olivia?" Ben looked at her. She needed some time. Emily's face fell. "Is she leaving?" "I don't know." Emily nodded. Then she walked upstairs. Ben followed. She opened a drawer beside her bed. Inside was a small folded piece of paper. "What are you doing?" Emily took it out. "I made another promise." Ben sat beside her. "To who?" "Mom." His heart stopped. Emily unfolded the paper. "I wrote that I would never forget her." Ben's eyes filled. "That's a good promise." Emily nodded. Then she folded the paper again. "I also made one to Olivia." "What promise?" Emily looked toward the window. "That I won't ask her to be my mom anymore." Ben's throat tightened. "Why?" "Because I think she wants to be my friend." Ben hugged her. "That might be exactly what she needs." Emily smiled. "Can I still love her?" Ben kissed her forehead. "Yes." She smiled. "Good." The next morning, Olivia unpacked her first box. Then another. Then another. She put the books on the shelves. She hung a picture of her grandmother. She placed the repaired jewelry box on the dresser. And finally, she opened the smallest box. Inside was a photograph from her wedding. She stared at it. Then she placed it in a drawer. Not because she was ashamed of it. Because it belonged to the past. She didn't need to destroy the past to build something new. At noon, there was a knock. She opened the door. Emily stood there, holding a book. Olivia smiled. Emily looked nervous. "I wanted to tell you something." "Okay." "I don't need you to be my mom." Olivia's eyes filled immediately. Emily continued. "I already have one." Olivia nodded. "She died." "I know. But I still have her." Olivia crouched down. "You do. And you can just be Olivia." Olivia smiled through tears. "Is that okay?" Emily nodded. "Yeah. Good." Emily held out the book. "Can we read?" Olivia took it. "Absolutely." Across the yard, Ben watched them through the window. For the first time, he wasn't afraid of what might happen. He was simply grateful for what was happening now. But he didn't know that Mark Reed had not driven away from Ravenwood. He had checked into a motel 3 miles from town. And that afternoon, he made another phone call. This time, he wasn't calling Ben. He was calling Emily's school. And he had one question. Who is Olivia Reed to the Walker family? The call came at 20:17 on a Tuesday afternoon. Mrs. Collins was sitting at her desk in the elementary school office when the phone rang. She answered without thinking. Ravenwood Elementary. "This is Mrs. Collins." A man's voice replied. "I'm calling about Emily Walker." Mrs. Collins straightened. "Who is this?" "Mark Reed." She recognized the name. Not because she knew him personally. Because Olivia had mentioned him. And because teachers remembered the names attached to children who were going through difficult family situations. "How can I help you, Mr. Reed?" "I have some concerns about Emily." "What kind of concerns?" "I understand there's a woman named Olivia Reed spending time with her." Mrs. Collins glanced toward the hallway. "That is correct." "Who is she?" "She is a librarian." "That wasn't my question." Mrs. Collins paused. "Why are you asking?" "Because I believe she's becoming involved with my family." Mrs. Collins frowned. "Emily's father is Mr. Walker." "I know." "Then I'm not sure I understand your concern." Mark's voice became colder. "I think you will." He hung up. Mrs. Collins stared at the phone. She didn't know what Mark wanted. But she knew one thing. He wasn't calling because he cared about a child's reading habits. That same afternoon, Olivia was helping Emily choose books at the library. Emily had become comfortable there. Not in the way she had imagined at first. There was no talk about mothers, no talk about replacing Sarah. Just books, hot chocolate, homework. And sometimes when Ben wasn't looking, Olivia let Emily choose books that were far too advanced for her. You're not going to understand half of this, Olivia said. I'll figure it out. You always say that. Because I always do. Olivia smiled. You're stubborn. My dad says that. Your dad is right. Emily held up another book. What about this one? Olivia looked at the cover. Absolutely. Emily put it on the pile. Then she noticed something. Are you happy? Olivia looked at her. What? Today? Olivia smiled. Yes. Really? Really? Emily nodded. Good. Olivia laughed softly. Because you looked sad when you first moved here. I was. Are you not sad anymore? Olivia thought about it. Sometimes. Emily nodded. Me too. They went back to choosing books. Neither noticed the man standing outside the library window. Mark Reed watched them for several minutes. Then he walked away. Ben didn't know anything about the phone call. He was at a customer's house replacing a damaged staircase. By 5:30, he was exhausted. He drove home with sawdust still on his jeans. Emily's bicycle was lying in the driveway. He smiled. Then he noticed Olivia sitting on the porch. She stood when he approached. Long day. You could say that. I brought dinner. Ben stopped. You did? Don't look so surprised. I wasn't. You were? He smiled. What did you bring? Chicken. Homemade? Yes. Should I be worried? She laughed. I can cook. Good. They walked inside. Emily came running down the stairs. Dad, hey. Olivia made dinner. I noticed. It's really good. Ben looked at Olivia. She has high standards. Apparently. They sat together at the table. It was the first time the three of them had eaten dinner together. It should have felt strange. Instead, it felt almost natural. Emily talked about school. Olivia talked about a boy who had returned 17 library books, all at once. Ben complained about his customer changing the stair design 4 times. They laughed. They argued about whether pineapple belonged on pizza. Emily insisted it did. Ben insisted it didn't. Olivia refused to take sides. For 40 minutes, there was no past, no divorce, no widowhood, no fear, just dinner. Then someone knocked on the door. The room went quiet. Ben stood. Who is it? No answer. He opened the door. Nobody was there. He looked down. A white envelope sat on the porch. His name was written across the front. Bien welquier. He picked it up. Olivia stood behind him. What is it? I don't know. He opened it. Inside was a single sheet of paper. There were only 2 sentences. You don't know what Olivia did to her marriage. Ask her why she really left. Ben's jaw tightened. Olivia read over his shoulder. Her face went pale. Oh, God. Ben turned. Did you do something? New pew? Then why is someone sending this? I don't know. She stepped backward. I know who. Ben's expression hardened. Mark. She nodded. Why would he do this? Because he wants you to doubt me. Ben looked at the letter. Is there anything else I should know? Olivia's eyes filled. No. Are you sure? Yes. She hesitated. Then corrected herself. Not exactly. Ben stared at her. What does that mean? Olivia took a breath. There is something I didn't tell you. Emily was still sitting at the table. Ben looked at his daughter. Emily, go upstairs. But now, sweetheart. She reluctantly stood. She looked at Olivia, then at Ben and went upstairs. Ben closed the door behind her. Tell me. Olivia sat down. Her hands were shaking. I didn't leave Mark immediately after he gave me the ultimatum. Ben waited. I tried to fix things. How? Counseling. Together? Yes. And it didn't work. What happened? Olivia stared at the table. Mark told the counselor I was emotionally unstable. Ben's expression hardened. He lied. Yes. Why? Because he wanted the counselor to convince me to have another child. Ben shook his head. That isn't counseling. I know. She wiped her cheek. But there was another thing. What? After one session, Mark told me he had found someone else. Ben said nothing. Olivia continued. He said she was younger. Her voice cracked. She wanted children. Ben's face softened. He cheated. Olivia nodded. Yes. And that's why the marriage ended. Partly. What do you mean, partly? She looked at him. I stayed for another 6 months. Why? Because I thought if I left, it would prove everything he said about me was true. Ben's expression changed. What did he say? That I was incapable of being loved. Ben felt anger rise. Olivia. She looked down. I believed him. Ben moved closer. He was wrong. You don't know that. I do. How? Because I'm sitting here. She looked up. Ben continued. You've been hurt. Wes. You've made mistakes. Yes. You've been afraid. Yes. None of those things make you incapable of being loved. Olivia's tears fell. But I don't know how to trust someone anymore. You don't have to trust me all at once. She looked at him. Then how? One day at a time. The next morning, the principal called Ben. Mr. Walker, could you come in? Ben immediately felt uneasy. Is Emily okay? She is. Then what happened? I'd rather discuss it in person. Ben left work early. When he arrived at the school, Mrs. Collins was waiting outside the principal's office. What's going on? She looked uncomfortable. Someone called yesterday. Ooh. Mark Reed. Ben's stomach tightened. What did he want? He asked about Olivia. Why? I don't know. What did you tell him? Very little. The principal stepped out. Mr. Walker. Ben entered. The principal closed the door. We received a complaint. About Emily? About the people around her. Ben's expression hardened. What complaint? That Emily is being exposed to an unstable woman. Ben immediately understood. Olivia. The principal nodded. Who said she's unstable? Mr. Reed. Ben laughed once. Not because anything was funny. Because the accusation was absurd. Olivia works at the public library. I understand. She works with children every day. I understand. She has never harmed my daughter. I understand. Then what's the problem? The principal sighed. The school has to take any concern involving a child's welfare seriously. Ben leaned forward. Then investigate the right person. What do you mean? Talk to me? I am? Bent. No. Ben's voice became firm. Talk to the person who actually raises Emily. The principal nodded. We will. Ben stood. Good. As he reached the door, Mrs. Collins spoke. Mr. Walker. He turned. There is one other thing. What? Mr. Reed said Olivia may be planning to leave town. Ben froze. Did he say why? No. Ben walked out. His heart was pounding. Not because he believed Mark. Because he knew Olivia well enough now to understand something. If Mark kept pushing her, she might actually leave. Not because she wanted to. Because she believed disappearing would protect everyone. Ben drove straight to Olivia's house. The front door was open. He stepped inside. Olivia. No answer. He walked into the living room. Several boxes were packed. His heart dropped. Olivia. She came downstairs carrying a suitcase. She stopped when she saw him. Ben. You're leaving. She looked away. I was going to tell you. When? Tonight. Why? You know why. Because of Mark. Wes. Because he called the school. Her face changed. He did what? Ben told her. Olivia sat down. Oh, no. He's trying to make everyone think you're dangerous. I know. And you're going to let him win? Her eyes filled. It's not about winning. Then what is it? Emily. Ben stepped closer. You think leaving protects her? Yes. It doesn't. What if he keeps coming? Then we deal with him. You don't understand. Then explain it. Olivia stood. When Mark doesn't get what he wants, he escalates. The Ben waited. He doesn't stop. What did he do before? She looked at him. He called my employer. You told me? There was more. Ben's face tightened. What? He followed me. Where? Work, grocery stores, my apartment. Ben's jaw clenched. For how long? Months. Did you report it? Wes. And they said there wasn't enough evidence. Ben looked at the packed boxes. You've been running from him ever since. Yes. And you thought if you moved here he'd stop. Wes. But he found you? She nodded. Ben took a breath. Then we're not going to let you handle this alone. Olivia shook her head. You can't make this your problem. I already did. Why? Ben looked at her. Because I love you. Silence. Olivia stopped breathing. Ben hadn't planned to say it. Not yet. Not like this, but there it was. The words were out. Olivia stared at him. You? Ben swallowed. I love you. She covered her mouth. Tears filled her eyes. I can't? What? I can't let you say that. Why? Because I don't know how to hear it. Ben stepped closer. You don't have to say it back. I can't. You don't have to. I don't know how to do this. Neither do I. She shook her head. You're making me want to stay. Ben nodded. Good. That scares me. I know. What if I ruin your life? You won't. What if I hurt Emily? You won't. What if I hurt you? Ben looked directly into her eyes. Then we'll deal with it. She started crying. Ben reached out. She stepped into his arms. He held her tightly. For several seconds, she simply cried. Then she whispered against his chest. I love you too. Ben closed his eyes. He held her tighter. Neither noticed Emily standing quietly at the top of the stairs. She had heard everything. And for once, she didn't interrupt. She simply smiled. That night, Olivia unpacked the suitcase. She didn't put everything away. Not yet. But she put the suitcase back in the closet. It was a small decision. A small victory. And for the first time, she believed she might actually stay. The next morning, however, Ben received an email from the school. There was an attached document. A formal complaint. The accusation was far more serious than he expected. Mark had claimed that Olivia was attempting to assume a parental role in Emily's life without the father's consent. And at the bottom of the document was a sentence that made Ben's blood run cold. We have reason to believe Mr. Walker may be unable to provide an emotionally stable home environment for his daughter. Ben stared at the screen. Someone wasn't just trying to take Olivia away anymore. Someone was coming after him. And if Mark succeeded, Ben could lose the one person he had spent his entire life protecting. His daughter. Ben read the email 3 times. The words didn't change. We have reason to believe Mr. Walker may be unable to provide an emotionally stable home environment for his daughter. He sat alone in his workshop. The machines were silent. The smell of sawdust usually made him feel calm. Today, it did nothing. Someone was trying to make him look like an unfit father, and he knew exactly who. Mark Reed. Ben picked up his phone. He almost called Olivia. Then he stopped. She had finally fallen asleep after a night of crying. She needed rest. But there was another reason. He didn't want to frighten her. Not yet. He opened the attached complaint. Mark had included photographs. Pictures of Olivia and Emily at the library. Pictures of Emily entering Olivia's house. Pictures of Ben and Olivia having coffee. Nothing inappropriate. Nothing dangerous. But every photograph had been presented as evidence of something sinister. Isaris unauthorized parental involvement. Dr. Farris emotional dependency. Severity unstable household circumstances des. Ben's hands tightened around the phone. He had spent 2 years protecting Emily from grief now. He had to protect her from someone who was manufacturing it. At 7:30, Emily came downstairs. "Daddy." Ben looked up, mourning. She noticed his expression. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." She frowned. "You're doing your thinking face." Ben forced a smile. "I have a lot to think about." "About Olivia?" "Num." Emily studied him. "About school?" Ben nodded. "Maybe." She walked over. "Did I do something?" "No." "Did Olivia?" "No." "Then why are you worried?" Ben didn't want to lie. He also didn't want to scare her. There are some adults having a disagreement. About what? About grown-up things. Emily sighed. "You always say that when you don't want to tell me." "Because you're 8. She folded her arms. "I'll be 9 soon. That doesn't change anything." "It should." Ben smiled despite himself. "Eat your breakfast." She sat down, then quietly asked, "Is someone trying to take me away from you?" Ben froze. "How did you know?" "Because you look scared." Ben sat beside her. "No one is taking you anywhere. Promise." "I promise." She looked into his eyes. "Really? Really?" She nodded. Then she took a bite of toast. Ben watched her. He realized something. His daughter didn't need him to hide every problem. She needed him to make sure she never believed the problem was her fault. At 9, Ben called the school. "I want a meeting." The principal agreed. "Today?" "Today. And I'd like Mrs. Collins there." "Of course." Ben hung up. Then he called a lawyer. He didn't know any family lawyers personally, so he called the attorney who had handled Sarah's estate. The receptionist gave him a name. Assist Daniel Harris. Ben explained the situation. Daniel listened carefully. When Ben finished, the lawyer asked one question. "Has anyone from the court contacted you?" "No." "Done." Panic. "I'm trying. Document everything. Everything. Every contact from Mark. Every letter. Every school complaint. Every instance of him showing up. Don't delete anything." Ben grabbed a notebook. "Okay. And don't confront him." "I wasn't planning to." "Good." Daniel continued. "If he's trying to establish that you're unstable or that Olivia poses a risk to your daughter, you need to stay calm." Ben looked toward the workshop. "That's going to be difficult." "I understand." "What happens next?" "If this remains an informal complaint, the school may simply investigate. And if it doesn't, then we'll deal with that." Ben thanked him and ended the call. He stared at the notebook, then wrote one sentence at the top. "Protect Emily. Stay calm. Shh." The meeting at the school lasted 40 minutes. The principal sat across from Ben. Mrs. Collins sat beside him, and Daniel Harris joined by phone. The principal looked uncomfortable. "Mr. Walker, I want to make something clear." Ben waited. "The school is not trying to separate you from your daughter." "Then what is this?" He held up the complaint. "We received a formal concern from a man who isn't Emily's father." The principal nodded. "That is true. And he has no legal relationship to Emily." "Correct." "Then why are we treating his accusations as facts?" "Well, aren't." "Then why is my daughter's school questioning my parenting?" The principal sighed. "We have an obligation to investigate any credible concern." Daniel spoke through the phone. "And what evidence makes this concern credible?" The principal paused. "That is what we're trying to establish." Mrs. Collins finally spoke. "I've taught Emily for 2 years." Everyone looked at her. "She is a happy child." Ben's shoulders relaxed slightly. "She has grief," Mrs. Collins continued. "But she is not neglected. She is not withdrawn. She is not afraid of her father." She looked directly at Ben. She's actually more open this year than she was last year. The Ben swallowed. Thank you? Mrs. Collins nodded. There is one change. Ben looked at her. Since Olivia moved next door, Emily talks about books more. The principal almost smiled. That's not exactly evidence of emotional instability. No, Mrs. Collins said. It's not. Daniel spoke again. Then I suggest the school document that. The principal nodded. Why, Will? Ben stood. Anything else? The principal shook his head. Not at this time. Ben walked out. For the first time in 24 hours he could breathe. But only a little. Olivia was waiting outside the school. Ben stopped when he saw her. What are you doing here? I wanted to know how it went. Who told you? Karen. Ben nodded. Of course. How bad was it? Not as bad as the complaint made it sound. She exhaled. Good. Ben looked at her. You shouldn't have come. Why? Because I don't want you thinking this is your fault. Olivia looked down. It is my fault. No. If I hadn't come here? Stop. She looked up. If you hadn't come here, Mark would have found another reason to hurt someone. Her eyes filled. You don't know that. I know enough. He stepped closer. Don't let him convince you that existing is something you need to apologize for. Olivia stared at him, then nodded. Okay. Ben smiled faintly. Come on. We're. Lunch. She smiled. That an order? Wes. Very romantic. I'm a carpenter. I keep forgetting. They went to a small diner in downtown Ravenwood. It wasn't fancy. Ben liked it that way. They sat in a corner booth. Olivia ordered soup. Ben ordered a burger. Neither talked about Mark for the first 10 minutes. Then Olivia said, I still feel guilty. Ben looked at her. Why? Because Emily is getting attached. She likes you? I know. Oh, you like her? Wes, that isn't wrong. I know. But, Olivia sighed. I keep thinking about what happens if this doesn't work. Ben reached across the table. What? Yes. She looked at his hand. I don't want Emily to lose another person. Ben nodded. I understand. You say that, but I do. He paused. That's why we don't make promises we can't keep. Olivia looked at him. Then what are we? Ben smiled. Two people having lunch. She laughed. That's not very romantic. It's honest. She smiled. Then placed her hand over his. I can live with honest. That afternoon, something changed. Emily came home from school carrying a folded piece of paper. She found Ben and Olivia sitting in the living room. What's that? Emily held up the paper. My teacher gave me this. Ben took it. It was a drawing. 3 people standing beside a house. But this time, Emily had drawn something different. Sarah was in the sky above them, and underneath the drawing were 4 names. Fest Mom, Gossefs da Doc asked te Olivia Asefs. Ben stared at it. Olivia's eyes filled with tears. Emily looked nervous. Is it okay? Ben crouched beside her. Yes. Really? Yes? Because Mom is still there. Ben nodded. She always will be. Emily smiled. Then she looked at Olivia. And you're here. Olivia knelt beside her. I am. Emily hugged her. Olivia closed her eyes and held the little girl. Ben watched. He had never seen anything so fragile. Or so precious. Then the doorbell rang. Emily released Olivia. Ben stood. I'll get it. He opened the door. 2 people were standing outside. A woman in a dark suit. And a man holding a folder. Mrs. Walker. Wes. I'm Laura Bennett with Child and Family Services. Ben's stomach dropped. The man beside her introduced himself. I'm here as a family services investigator. Ben stared at them. Why are you here? The investigator looked at the folder. We received a referral concerning your daughter. Olivia stood behind Ben. Emily was still in the living room. Ben's voice became tight. From who? The investigator looked at him. Mark Reed. Olivia closed her eyes. Ben felt the world shift beneath him. We need to speak with you. Here. Yes. Ben stepped aside. Come in. The woman entered. The investigator followed. He looked around the house, at the family photographs, at the toys, at the bookshelf. Then his eyes landed on Olivia. Are you Olivia Reed? Yes. Could we speak with you separately? Olivia nodded. Ben immediately said, she hasn't done anything. The investigator looked at him. We're not accusing anyone. Then why are you here? Because someone made an allegation. What allegation? The investigator opened the folder. Mr. Reed claims that Ms. Reed is attempting to replace Emily's deceased mother. Ben's jaw tightened. That is ridiculous. We'll determine that. He turned toward Emily. Can I speak with you? Ben's body stiffened. Not without me. The investigator nodded. That's fine. Emily looked frightened. Olivia walked toward her. It's okay. Emily looked at her. Are they taking me away? No. Ben immediately knelt beside her. No one is taking you anywhere. The investigator said calmly, Emily, nobody is here to take you away. She looked at him. Then why are you here? He paused. Because adults sometimes ask questions when they're worried. Who is worried? The investigator looked toward Ben. Then Olivia. Then back at Emily. Your father? Emily frowned. My dad isn't worried about me. Ben's heart broke. He's worried about what someone else is trying to do. Emily looked at the investigator. Is it Mark? Everyone froze. The investigator looked at Ben. You know him. Wes. Emily continued. He's Olivia's bad man. Olivia closed her eyes. Emily, he keeps making her scared. The investigator wrote something down. What makes you say that? Emily looked at him. Because she cries when his name comes up. The room became silent. Ben looked at Olivia. She looked devastated. The investigator closed the folder. Thank you, Emily. He stood. We'll need to speak with you again. Ben nodded. Whatever you need. The investigator handed him a card. We'll be in touch. Then he and Laura left. Ben closed the door. Emily immediately ran upstairs. Olivia remained in the living room. Her face was pale. This is my fault. Ben turned toward her. No. It's happening because of me. No. Ben. Knew. His voice softened. You don't get to blame yourself for Mark's behavior. The Olivia started crying. I don't know how much more of this I can take. Ben walked toward her. You don't have to take it alone. She looked at him. He pulled her into his arms. For several seconds, she cried against his chest. Then she whispered, What if they take Emily? They won't. What if they believe him? They won't. What if they decide I'm dangerous? They won't. What if they decide you're unstable? Ben held her tighter. They don't know us yet. She looked up. Then what do we do? Ben wiped a tear from her cheek. We show them who we are. The following morning, the investigator returned. This time, he had a different question. He sat across from Ben at the kitchen table. Mr. Walker, we've spoken with the school. Ben nodded. They've confirmed that Emily is doing well. Ben exhaled. Good. We've also spoken with your neighbors. Ben frowned. Why? To establish the home environment. And they described you as a good father. Ben nodded. The investigator looked at his notes. There's one concern. What? Your relationship with Ms. Reed. Ben waited. Is she living here? No. Does she spend nights here? No. Does she provide childcare? No. Does she discipline Emily? No. Does she make parental decisions? No. The investigator looked up. Then what is she? Ben thought about it. A friend. The investigator nodded. Just a friend. Ben smiled slightly. No. The investigator waited. She matters to us. That answer seemed to satisfy him. He closed the folder. I don't see evidence of neglect. Ben's shoulders dropped. Thank you. But I recommend you maintain clear boundaries while this situation is being investigated. Ben nodded. I will. The investigator stood. At the door, he paused. One more thing. What? Mr. Reed has made several allegations. Ben waited. Most of them don't appear to have supporting evidence. Ben nodded. But, the investigator continued, someone is sending us information. What kind? Photographs. Ben's stomach tightened. Off what? You. Ben froze. Meh. With Olivia. The investigator looked at him. Someone has been watching you. After he left, Ben stood in the doorway. He looked across the yard. Olivia's curtains were closed. The street was quiet. Everything looked normal. But suddenly, Ben understood. Mark hadn't simply found them. He had been watching them, waiting, collecting photographs, building a story. And somewhere nearby, someone had been standing in the shadows while Ben and Olivia tried to build a life. That evening, Ben checked the security camera outside his workshop. He found something. A vehicle had been parked across the street 3 nights earlier. The license plate was barely visible. Ben zoomed in. Then froze. He knew the car. It belonged to Mark Reed. And the timestamp showed something even worse. Mark had been watching the house the night Emily left Olivia the note. The night Olivia first told Ben she wanted to stay. The night Ben had told her he loved her. Mark had been there, listening, watching. And now Ben realized this wasn't about getting Olivia back. It was about making sure nobody else could have her. Ben watched the security footage again. Then again. The vehicle sat across the street for 11 minutes. 11 minutes was long enough to prove it wasn't passing through. Long enough to make the hair on the back of his neck rise, and long enough for Mark Reed to see everything happening outside the Walker house. Ben saved the footage to his computer. Then he made 3 copies. One for Daniel Harris, one for himself, and one on a separate drive. He had learned something from working with wood for nearly 20 years. When something was cracked, you didn't hide the crack. You found out how deep it went. Then you decided whether it could be repaired. Olivia arrived at his house 10 minutes later. Ben showed her the footage. She watched the car appear on screen. Her face went pale. That's him. I know. How long has he been watching? I don't know. She sat down. I should leave. Ben turned toward her. No. You saw the footage. Wes. Then you know this won't stop. Maybe not. Ben. No. She looked at him. I can't keep putting you and Emily through this. You aren't. He's targeting you because of me. He's targeting me because he wants you afraid. Olivia shook her head. You don't understand him. Then help me understand. She looked at the screen. He doesn't like losing. Neither do I. This isn't a game. I know. He can make your life miserable. He already is. What if he keeps escalating? Ben took a breath. Then we document everything and let the law handle it. Olivia stared at him. You really think that's enough? No. That surprised her. I think we do everything we can. She looked down. And if that's not enough, then we do more. Olivia's eyes filled. You're not scared. I am. She looked at him. I just don't want fear making decisions for us. She smiled sadly. You really believe that? Wes. That afternoon, Ben took the footage to Daniel Harris. Daniel watched it twice. That's useful. Useful. It establishes that Mark was monitoring the property. Is that enough for a restraining order? Not by itself. Ben frowned. Then what is? Evidence of harassment. Threats. Repeated unwanted contact. Documentation matters. Ben nodded. I have all of it. Daniel looked at him. Then keep collecting it. Ben handed him a folder. There's more. Emails, letters, the school complaint, the photograph Mark had sent, the security footage. Daniel went through everything. After several minutes, he looked up. This is not random. Ben nodded. I know. Hayes building a narrative. What kind? That Olivia is unstable, and you're allowing an unrelated woman to become involved in your daughter's life. Ben's jaw tightened, and he expects someone to believe it. He doesn't need everyone to believe it. What do you mean? He only needs one person to doubt you. Ben understood. The school, child services, a judge, anyone. Daniel closed the folder. Do not contact Mark. I won't. If he contacts you, don't argue. Okay? Don't threaten him. I won't. Don't tell him what you're going to do, Ben nodded. Daniel leaned back. Let him make mistakes. When Ben returned home, Olivia was sitting on the porch. Emily was beside her. They were reading. Ben stopped at the bottom of the steps. For a moment, he simply watched. Emily looked up. Daddy. Ben smiled. What are you reading? Olivia says I shouldn't be reading this yet. Olivia laughed. She insisted. I did not. You did. Ben sat beside them. What book? Emily held it up. A mystery novel. Ben looked at Olivia. She likes mysteries. So I've learned. That's probably my fault. Emily nodded. It is. Ben laughed. For a few minutes, the three of them sat together. Then Emily asked, Daddy? Yeah. Can Olivia come to dinner? Ben looked at Olivia. Olivia looked at him. Sure. Emily smiled. I'll help. You're 8. I know. You're supposed to be relaxing. I've been relaxing all day. Ben laughed. Fine. Dinner was simple. Chicken, mashed potatoes, green beans. Nothing special. But Emily treated it like a celebration. She set the table herself. She put 3 glasses down. Then stopped. She picked up a 4th. Ben looked at her. Who is that for? Mom. The room went quiet. Emily placed the glass beside an empty chair. Ben didn't stop her. Olivia looked at the empty place. Then at Emily. Would you like to tell me about her? Emily nodded. She liked lemonade. Olivia smiled. Good to know. She hated mushrooms. I'm starting to like her already. Ben laughed softly. Emily continued. She sang really loud. Was she good? New? Ben laughed. She wasn't? Olivia smiled. I think I'd have liked her. Ben looked at her. I think you would have. Emily picked up her fork. Dad? Yeah. Do you think Mom would like Olivia? Ben looked at Olivia. Olivia looked back. I think so. Emily smiled. Me too. They ate. And for a little while Mark Reed didn't exist. After dinner, Emily went upstairs. Ben and Olivia stayed in the kitchen. Olivia was washing dishes. Ben dried them. You don't have to do that. I know. She smiled. You're very domestic. I can cook too. I haven't seen evidence. You've eaten my cooking. Once. You survived. Barely. Ben laughed. Then Olivia became quiet. What? She looked at him. Tonight felt strange. Bad strange. She looked toward the empty chair. Good strange. Ben nodded. I know. I never thought I'd sit at another family's table. Ben stopped drying the plate. You're not replacing anyone. I know. I mean it. She looked at him. But maybe I can be part of something without replacing what came before. Ben nodded. That's exactly what I want. Olivia stepped closer. I've spent so long thinking love meant giving someone everything. Ben waited. And then when they left, I had nothing. He placed the towel down. You still have yourself. She smiled. I'm starting to realize that. Ben touched her cheek. You don't have to give me everything. What do you want? You. Her eyes filled. That's dangerous. Probably. She smiled. Then she kissed him. It was gentle, brief, almost hesitant, but it was real. When they pulled apart, Olivia laughed softly. What? You kissed me. You kissed me first. I did not. You did. I was standing here. Exactly. She smiled. Maybe I wanted to. Ben nodded. Good. Then, someone knocked on the front door. They both froze. Ben looked toward the hallway. I'll get it. There was no one outside, but another envelope sat on the porch. Ben picked it up. This one had no name. He opened it. Inside was a photograph. Ben stared at it. It showed Olivia and Emily sitting together in the library. The picture had been taken through the window. On the back, someone had written, "She already thinks you're her mother." Olivia walked up behind him. She saw the photograph. Her face changed. No. Ben turned. What? This is what he wants. What? He wants me to leave. Ben stared at the photograph. He's trying to scare you. And it's working. Olivia stepped backward. I can't do this. Olivia. I can't. She walked into the house. Ben followed. She grabbed her coat. Where are you going? Home? You're already home. She stopped. No. Her voice broke. I don't know where home is anymore. Ben moved toward her. You're scared. Wes? You're allowed to be. I can't lose Emily. You won't. What if I become the reason she loses you? You won't. How can you know that? Because I'm not going anywhere. She looked at him. What if he destroys everything? Then we'll rebuild. She shook her head. You don't understand. I do. Nubu. She stepped closer. He took 11 years from me. Ben waited. He took my confidence. She wiped her tears. He made me believe I couldn't be loved. Her voice cracked. And now I'm finally starting to believe something different. Ben took her hands. Then don't let him take that too. She looked at him. I don't know if I'm strong enough. You don't have to be strong every minute. What if I fall apart? I'll be there. What if I run? I'll give you space. What if I come back? I'd open the door. Olivia broke down. Ben pulled her into his arms. She held him tightly, and for the first time, she didn't apologize for needing someone. The next morning, Ben installed another security camera. Then another. He checked every lock. He told Daniel. He told the school. He documented the photograph. And he made one more decision. He wasn't going to hide from Mark, but he wasn't going to chase him either. He would let Mark make the next mistake. It came sooner than expected. At 3 through that afternoon, Ben's phone rang. It was Mrs. Collins. Mr. Walker? Yes. There's a problem? Ben's stomach tightened. What happened? Emily was approached after school. His entire body went cold. Be who? She says it was a man? Where is she? With me? I'm coming? Ben grabbed his keys. He ran out the door. Olivia saw him. What happened? Emily? What? She was approached by someone. Olivia's face went white. Who? We don't know. They drove to the school together. When Ben arrived, Emily was sitting in the counselor's office. She looked frightened. Ben rushed toward her. Sweetheart. She ran into his arms. Daddy, are you okay? She nodded. What happened? I was walking to the car. Ben looked at Mrs. Collins. She continued. A man approached her. What did he say? Emily looked at her father. He knew my name. Ben felt his stomach drop. What else? He said. She stopped. What did he say? He said Olivia wasn't my mom. Ben swallowed. What else? He said you were going to leave me. Ben closed his eyes. Then Emily whispered something else. He said he knew where we lived. Silence. Ben looked at Olivia. She was crying. Then Emily reached into her backpack. "I found this in my pocket." She handed Ben a folded piece of paper. Ben opened it. There was one sentence. "Tell Olivia to leave Ravenwood, or next time I won't just talk." Ben stared at the note. His blood went cold. This was no longer about rumors. No longer about school complaints. No longer about photographs. Mark had just threatened his daughter. Ben carefully folded the note, then looked at Daniel's number on his phone. This time he wasn't calling for advice. He was calling the police. And across town, Mark Reed sat inside his parked car, watching the Walker house. He smiled when he saw Ben leave in a hurry, because the next part of his plan had already begun. Ben had never driven that fast to the police station in his life. He wasn't reckless. He wasn't trying to prove anything. He simply couldn't get the image out of his head. Emily holding that note, her little fingers trembling. The words written across the page. "Tell Olivia to leave Ravenwood, or next time I won't just talk." Olivia sat beside him, silent. Emily was in the back seat with Mrs. Collins, who had insisted on accompanying them until everything was sorted out. Ben gripped the steering wheel. "Did he touch you?" he asked Emily. "No." "Did he hurt you?" "No." "Did he come close?" She hesitated. "A little." Ben looked at her in the rearview mirror. "Did he say anything else?" Emily shook her head. "He just knew my name." Olivia closed her eyes. That was the part that frightened her most. Mark knew Emily's name. He knew where she went to school. He knew where Ben lived. He knew where Olivia worked. He knew enough to watch them. And now he had approached a child. The situation had changed. There was no pretending otherwise. The police officer who took the report was a woman named Detective Laura Mitchell. She listened without interrupting. Ben handed her the note. Then the photograph. Then the previous letter. Then the security footage. Laura looked through everything carefully. "How long has Mark Reed been contacting you?" Olivia answered. "Since I moved here." "Did he contact you before that?" "Wes." "How?" "Phone calls. Messages. Emails. Threats?" "Not directly. Anything that could be interpreted as threats." Olivia hesitated. "He said I would regret leaving." Laura wrote something down. "When was the last time he contacted you directly?" "About 2 weeks ago." "And since then?" "He started contacting Ben." Laura looked at Ben. "Why?" "He wants Olivia to leave." "Why?" Olivia answered quietly. "He doesn't want me to move on." Laura nodded. "That happens." Ben's jaw tightened. Laura looked at him. "Mr. Walker, I understand you're angry. I am. But don't contact him. I won't. Don't follow him. I won't. Don't threaten him. I won't." "Good." She turned toward Olivia. "And you shouldn't contact him either." "I haven't." "Keep it that way." Laura picked up the note. "This changes things." Ben leaned forward. "How?" "We now have a direct threat involving a minor." Olivia swallowed. "What happens now?" "We investigate." "Can you arrest him?" "Not based on this alone." Ben's expression hardened. "He threatened my daughter." "I know. Isn't that enough?" "It may be enough to begin the process, but we need to establish that he wrote this or caused it to be delivered." Ben looked at the note. "How?" "Security footage. Witnesses. Fingerprints if we're lucky. Phone records. Messages. Anything that connects him to it." Ben nodded. Laura looked at him. "You did the right thing by bringing everything." Ben exhaled. "What about Emily?" "We'll make sure the school knows not to release her to anyone unauthorized." "She wasn't released to him." "I understand." Laura softened slightly. "But from now on, treat every unexpected contact seriously." Ben nodded. They returned home just before sunset. Emily went upstairs. Ben followed her. He sat on the edge of her bed. You did a good job today. She looked at him. I was scared. I know. I wanted to run. You didn't. I wanted to cry. You did. Emily smiled faintly. That's not very brave. Ben shook his head. Being brave doesn't mean you don't get scared. What does it mean? It means you keep going even when you are. She nodded. Did you call the police? Yes. Are they going to make Mark leave? They're going to try to keep us safe. Can he come back? Ben hesitated. We're going to do everything we can to make sure he doesn't. Emily looked down. Daddy? Yeah. Is Olivia going to leave? Ben's heart tightened. I don't know. Emily nodded. She thinks she should. I know. Can you tell her not to? Ben smiled sadly. That's something she has to decide. Emily thought about that. Then she said, maybe she needs to know we want her here. Ben looked at his daughter. You already told her? I know. Emily reached beneath her pillow. She pulled out a folded drawing. This is different. Ben opened it. It was a picture of 3 houses. The Walker house, Olivia's house, and between them, a little wooden bridge. What is this? It's the bridge. To where? Emily shrugged. So nobody has to leave. Ben smiled. That is a pretty good bridge. I drew it myself. I can tell. Why? Because it's crooked. Emily laughed. Dad. Ben kissed her forehead. Get some sleep. Downstairs, Olivia was sitting alone in the kitchen. She hadn't touched her dinner. Ben walked in. Emily's okay. Olivia nodded. Good. She asked about you. Olivia looked up. What did she ask? If you're leaving. Olivia's face fell. What did you tell her? That you haven't decided. Olivia stared at the table. I hate that she has to worry about this. Me too. She wiped her eyes. Ben. Yeah. I think I should go. He sat across from her. Why? Because today proved what I've been afraid of. That Mark is dangerous. Yes. Yes. And I'm putting all of you in the middle of it. You didn't. He wouldn't be doing this if I weren't here. Ben looked at her. He wouldn't be doing this if he respected boundaries. Olivia shook her head. That's not how he thinks. I know. You don't. Then tell me. She looked down. When we were married, Mark always needed to know where I was. Well, Ben listened. Who I talked to. Who I saw. What I was doing. I thought it was jealousy. She swallowed. Then it became control. Ben's face tightened. Did he ever threaten you physically? No. Did he threaten anyone else? She hesitated. My sister. Ben leaned forward. What? After I left, my sister told him he needed to stop contacting me. What did he do? He sent her flowers. Ben frowned. That doesn't sound like a threat. There was a note. What did it say? Olivia looked at him. Family has a way of getting involved. Ben's expression hardened. Why didn't you tell me? Because I was ashamed. You shouldn't be. I knew. Better? Knew? She looked at him. You trusted someone. That wasn't trust. It was. She looked down. I loved him. Ben's voice softened. That's not something to be ashamed of. Olivia wiped her eyes. I stayed too long. Maybe. She looked up. But you left. Wes. And you survived. Les? Then don't let him convince you that he still owns your future. Olivia stared at him. You really think I can have one? Ben reached across the table. I think you already do. She placed her hand in his. The next morning, Detective Mitchell called. Mr. Walker. Wes? We have something. Ben stood up from his workbench. What? We checked the school security cameras. Ben's heart raced. Did they capture him? Partially. Can you identify him? Not clearly. Ben's shoulders dropped. But we found something else. What? A vehicle. Ben froze. Marks. Looks like it. We're 2 blocks from the school? When? 20 minutes before Emily was approached. Ben's grip tightened around the phone. Can you prove he was driving? Not yet. But we're working on it. Ben nodded. Okay. There is another issue. What? Someone called the school this morning. Who? Mark Reed. Ben closed his eyes. What did he say? He asked whether Emily had been frightened yesterday. Ben's blood ran cold. He knew? We don't know. Detective? I know. What do we do? Keep your daughter with you. I have to work. Then make arrangements. Ben looked around the workshop. He couldn't leave Emily alone. He couldn't leave Olivia alone either. But he couldn't shut down his business indefinitely. His phone buzzed. A message. Unknown number. He opened it. One sentence. You should have listened when I told you to stay away from her. Ben stared at the screen. Then another message arrived. This isn't over. He immediately forwarded both to Detective Mitchell, then blocked the number. His hands were shaking. Not from fear, from anger. But he remembered Daniel's warning. Stay calm. Let him make mistakes. That afternoon, Ben closed the workshop. He went to pick up Emily. Olivia met them at the school. They walked toward the truck together. For a moment, it felt almost normal. Then Emily looked across the parking lot. That's him. Ben stopped. What? Emily pointed. A man stood beside a dark sedan. He was too far away to see clearly. But Emily knew him. Ben immediately moved in front of her. Stay behind me. The Olivia turned. Ben, get Emily in the truck. The man looked toward them. Then he got into the sedan. Ben pulled out his phone. Detective Mitchell. The car drove away. Ben memorized the license plate. He gave it to the detective. Then he turned toward Emily. She was crying. Ben knelt. It's okay? He saw me. I know. Is he coming back? Not today. How do you know? Because I'm right here. Emily wrapped her arms around him. Olivia stood beside them. She was crying too. Ben looked up at her. This is why you wanted to leave. She nodded. I didn't want this. I know. I don't want her afraid. Ben stood. Neither do I. Olivia looked toward the road. What if he never stops? Ben looked at her. Then we make sure he can't. That night, they didn't sleep at their houses. Daniel arranged for them to stay somewhere temporary while police investigated. It wasn't fancy. Just a small rental property outside Ravenwood. 2 bedrooms. 1 kitchen. A quiet street. Emily was asleep within 20 minutes. Ben sat at the kitchen table. Olivia stood by the window. This feels strange. What? Being somewhere safe. Ben looked at her. You don't feel safe at home? Not anymore? He nodded. She turned toward him. Thank you. For what? For staying. Ben smiled. You said that already? I know. She walked over. I mean it differently now. How? She sat beside him. Before, I was thanking you for not leaving. Ben waited. Now I'm thanking you for making me believe I don't have to leave either. He took her hand. I love you. Olivia smiled. I know. You don't have to say it. I know. She leaned against him. After a moment, she whispered, I love you too. Ben kissed the top of her head. Neither noticed the headlights that briefly appeared at the end of the street. A dark sedan slowed, stopped, then continued. Inside the car, Mark Reed watched the rental property from a distance. He had found them, again, but this time he wasn't alone. Someone sat in the passenger seat. A woman. Mark handed her a photograph. It showed Olivia, Ben, and Emily together. The woman stared at it. What do you want me to do? Mark looked toward the house. Talk to Olivia. What am I supposed to say? He smiled. Tell her the truth. What truth? Mark looked at the woman. The truth about the child she lost. The woman went silent. Because she knew something Olivia didn't know. And if she told Olivia, it could destroy the fragile trust she had finally begun to build. The woman in Mark Reed's car stared at the photograph. She recognized Olivia immediately. She had seen that face before. Not recently. Years ago. Before the divorce. Before Ravenwood. Before Olivia learned how to hide the sadness in her eyes. The woman slowly lowered the photograph. You shouldn't have brought me into this. Mark kept his eyes on the rental house. You're the only person who can make her listen. Nuke. You know what happened. So do you. Exactly. The woman shook her head. I won't lie to her. You don't have to. Mark finally looked at her. Just tell her what happened. And then? She'll understand. The woman stared at him. You really believe that? Mark smiled. I know Olivia. No. The woman looked back at the house. You know how to manipulate Olivia. Mark said nothing. She opened the car door. I'm not doing this for you. Then do it for her. The woman hesitated, then stepped out. Mark watched her walk toward the house. His plan had begun. Inside the rental house, Ben was still sitting at the kitchen table. Olivia had fallen asleep against his shoulder. He didn't move. He didn't want to wake her. For the first time in days, her face looked peaceful. He carefully pulled a blanket over her. Then he checked the hallway. Emily was still asleep. Ben walked back into the kitchen. He looked through the window. Nothing. The street was empty. He returned to the table. A soft knock came at the door. Ben froze. Nobody knew where they were staying. At least, nobody should. He reached for his phone. Another knock. Quiet, not aggressive. Ben moved toward the door. He looked through the peephole. A woman stood outside, late 40s. Dark hair. Gray coat. She wasn't familiar. Ben didn't open the door. Who are you? The woman looked toward the door. My name is Rachel Reed. Ben's stomach tightened. Reed. You're related to Mark. He's my brother. Ben immediately stepped away from the door. What do you want? I need to talk to Olivia. About what? Rachel looked down. About the baby. Ben felt the blood drain from his face. Olivia stirred behind him. What baby? Rachel's eyes met his through the glass. The baby she lost. Olivia woke immediately. What? Well, Ben turned. There's someone here. Ooh, Mark's sister. Olivia froze. What? She says she needs to talk to you. Olivia stood. No. Olivia. No. Her voice trembled. I don't want to see anyone from that family. Rachel heard her through the door. I understand. The Olivia stepped closer. Then leave. Rachel swallowed. I will. She reached into her coat. Ben tensed. She pulled out an envelope. I just need you to have this. She slid it beneath the door. Then stepped backward. Olivia stared at the envelope. Ben looked at her. You don't have to open it. She nodded. I know. But she picked it up. The handwriting on the front was old. Olivia's name. She recognized it immediately. Her hands began shaking. That's my handwriting. Ben looked at the envelope. What's inside? I don't know. She opened it. A photograph fell onto the floor. Olivia stared at it. Her face went completely white. Ben picked it up. It showed a young Olivia sitting in a hospital room. She looked exhausted. Beside her was Mark, and behind them stood a woman Ben didn't recognize. Rachel. Olivia stared at the photograph. I don't remember this. Ben looked at her. What happened that day? She shook her head. I don't know. Rachel spoke from outside. You were sedated. Olivia looked toward the door. What? You don't remember everything. Rachel's voice was quiet. I was there. Olivia's eyes filled. Why? Because Mark called me. Why? Rachel hesitated. Because he didn't know what to do. Olivia's breathing became shallow. About what? The baby. Silence. Ben moved closer to Olivia. Rachel continued. You were told you miscarried. Olivia whispered. I did. Rachel shook her head. No. Olivia stared at the door. What are you saying? Rachel's voice cracked. You didn't lose the baby the way Mark told you. Olivia couldn't move. Ben looked at the door. What does that mean? Rachel wiped her eyes. It means the story you were given wasn't the whole truth. Olivia's voice trembled. Tell me? Rachel hesitated. Can I come inside? Ben looked at Olivia. She nodded. He opened the door. Rachel stepped inside. She looked around, then saw Olivia. For a moment, neither woman spoke. Rachel looked older than the photograph. Tired. Ashamed. Olivia held the picture tightly. Tell me. Rachel sat down. When you were 11 weeks pregnant, you started bleeding. Olivia nodded. I remember. You went to the hospital. Wes. Mark called me. Why? He was terrified. Olivia closed her eyes. I remember him holding my hand. Rachel nodded. He was there. What happened? Rachel looked down. You lost the pregnancy. Olivia's face tightened. So I was right. Yes. Then what are you saying? Rachel swallowed. The doctor told Mark there was a complication. What complication? The pregnancy wasn't progressing normally. Olivia stared at her. What does that mean? It means the baby had already stopped developing. Olivia's eyes filled. I knew that. Wes. Then why did you say I didn't lose the baby the way he told me? Rachel looked at Ben. Then back at Olivia. Because Mark told you it was your fault. Olivia stopped breathing. Ben's jaw tightened. What? Rachel nodded. He told you your body rejected the pregnancy. Olivia's eyes widened. He told me that? I know. He said I wasn't healthy enough. I know, he said. Her voice broke. He said my body killed our baby. Ben's expression hardened. Rachel closed her eyes. That wasn't true. Olivia stared at her. What? The doctor told Mark the pregnancy had a chromosomal abnormality. Olivia went completely still. Rachel continued. It wasn't your body. It wasn't your fault. Olivia covered her mouth. Ben reached for her. She grabbed his hand. Hard. I spent 11 years believing. She couldn't finish. Rachel began crying. I know. You knew. Wes. And you let me believe it. Rachel shook her head. I was afraid. Of Mark? Less? Olivia stood. You knew? I did. You knew I wasn't responsible. Yes. And you said nothing. I tried. When? After the funeral. Olivia's face changed. What funeral? Rachel looked confused. The memorial. Olivia stared at her. There wasn't a funeral. Rachel froze. What? There was no memorial. Rachel's face went pale. Mark told me you had one. Olivia shook her head. No. Rachel sat back. He told me you wanted privacy. Olivia looked at Ben. Her eyes were filled with confusion. I never had a memorial. Ben squeezed her hand. Rachel looked horrified. He lied to both of us. The room was silent. Rachel slowly covered her face. I should have known. Olivia sat down. Why would he do that? Rachel looked at her. Because he wanted you to believe you were responsible. But why? Rachel hesitated. Because he wanted you to try again. Olivia's eyes narrowed. What? He wanted another child. I know. No. Rachel shook her head. You don't understand. She took a breath. Mark believed that if you thought you had caused the miscarriage, you would do anything to prove you could have a healthy pregnancy. Olivia stared at her. He wanted me to get pregnant again. Yes? And when I refused, he blamed you. Ben's anger was almost impossible to contain. He manipulated her grief. Rachel nodded. Yes. Olivia looked at her. Why did you come here? Rachel looked toward the window. Because Mark called me. What did he say? Told me you were destroying another family. Olivia frowned. What family? Yours. Rachel pointed toward Ben. He said you were doing to Ben what you did to him. Olivia's expression changed. What? He said, you were using Ben to replace the family you couldn't give him. Ben shook his head. That's a lie. Rachel nodded. I know. Then why did you come? Because I needed to see you. Olivia looked at her. Why? Rachel's eyes filled. Because I have been carrying this guilt for 11 years. Ben went to make coffee. Not because anyone wanted coffee, because everyone needed something ordinary to do. Rachel sat quietly. Olivia stared at the photograph. Eventually, she asked, did Mark know the truth? Rachel nodded. Yes. How do you know? He was in the doctor's office. What doctor? Rachel gave her the name. Olivia recognized it. She remembered the doctor. She remembered waking up. She remembered Mark telling her everything was her fault. But there was something else. Something she hadn't remembered before. A sentence. The doctor had said something. She had been half-conscious. Ben looked at her. What? Olivia closed her eyes. I remember. Rachel leaned forward. What? The doctor said something to Mark. What? She said. Olivia struggled. This wasn't caused by anything she did. Rachel nodded. Exactly. Olivia opened her eyes. Why didn't I remember that? Because you were heavily medicated. And Mark knew. Yes? Olivia's face crumpled. He knew. Ben sat beside her. He knew. She looked at him. All these years. Ben pulled her close. Olivia cried against his shoulder. I thought I was broken. You weren't. I thought there was something wrong with me. There wasn't. I thought. She couldn't finish. Ben held her. Rachel quietly stood. I should go. Olivia looked up. Wait. Rachel stopped. Thank you. Rachel nodded. I don't deserve that. Maybe not. Rachel looked surprised. But I still mean it. Rachel wiped her eyes. I'm sorry. Then she left. For several minutes, neither Ben nor Olivia spoke. Then Olivia said something unexpected. I want to go back. Back where? To the hospital. Ben looked at her. I need to see the records. You can. I need to know what happened. Then we'll find out. She looked at him. You'll come? Of course. Olivia nodded. Then she whispered, I don't want Mark to own this memory anymore. Ben understood. She had spent 11 years remembering the loss through someone else's version of it. Now she wanted the truth. Her own truth. The next morning, Daniel helped him obtain the medical records. The records confirmed what Rachel had said. The miscarriage had been caused by a severe chromosomal abnormality. There was no evidence that Olivia had caused it. No evidence that anything she had done contributed to the loss. Ben read the report twice, then handed it to Olivia. She stared at the page. For 11 years, she had carried a guilt that wasn't hers. Now she finally had proof. She closed her eyes. A tear ran down her cheek. I was never broken. No. I didn't kill my baby. No. It wasn't my fault. No. Phew. She looked at Ben. Why does it still hurt? Because knowing the truth doesn't erase what happened. She nodded. But it changes who you blame. Ben took her hand. You don't have to blame yourself anymore. That afternoon, Olivia went to the library. She stood at the children's desk. She couldn't concentrate. She kept thinking about Emily. About the way the little girl had looked at her. About the drawing. About the empty place at the table. And suddenly, Olivia understood something. She had spent years believing that loving a child meant being able to guarantee you would never leave, but nobody could make that promise. Not parents, not spouses, not anyone. What mattered was what you chose to do today. She picked up her phone. She called Ben. I want to see Emily. She'd love that. And you? Are you? Ben smiled. You can see me too. Olivia laughed softly. I think I'm ready. For what? To stop running. That evening, Ben brought Emily to the library. Emily ran toward Olivia. He. Olivia hugged her. He. Sweetheart. Emily pulled back. You look different. Olivia smiled. How? Happy. Olivia thought about that. I think I am, Bon. Emily nodded. Good. Then she held up a book. I picked this one for you. Olivia took it. Why? Because it's about second chances. Olivia looked at the cover. Her eyes filled. That sounds like a good book. It is. They sat together. Ben watched from a nearby chair. He didn't interrupt. He didn't need to. For the first time, Olivia wasn't looking at Emily as someone else's child. She wasn't afraid of becoming important. She wasn't thinking about what might happen 6 months from now. She was simply there. Present, safe, and willing to stay. That night, after Emily had gone upstairs, Ben and Olivia sat on the porch. The neighborhood was quiet. Olivia leaned against him. I thought I was never going to be happy again. Ben looked at her. I thought the same thing. She smiled. Maybe we're both bad at predicting the future. Definitely. She laughed. Then she rested her head against his shoulder. Thank you. For what? For giving me time. Ben kissed her forehead. You gave yourself the chance. She looked toward the house. Do you think Sarah would be okay with this? Ben looked at the photograph of his late wife sitting on the living room shelf. I think she would want Emily to be happy. Olivia nodded. And you? He looked at her. I think she would want that for me too. Olivia smiled. Then she took his hand. I don't want to replace her. You never could. I don't want to. I know. I just want to be part of your life. Ben squeezed her hand. You are. For the first time since Mark appeared in Ravenwood, Olivia slept peacefully. But the next morning, Ben received a call from Detective Mitchell. We found Mark's car. Ben stood immediately. Where? 3 miles outside town. Is he there? No. Ben's stomach tightened. What happened? We found something inside. What? A second phone. Ben waited. And several photographs. What kind? Off you? Ben's expression hardened. Anything else? Yes. There was a pause. We found photographs of Emily. Ben's blood ran cold. How many? Dozens. He couldn't speak. And Mr. Walker? What? We found something else in the car. What? A copy of Emily's school schedule. Ben's hand tightened around the phone. Detective Mitchell continued. We also found a map. A map of what? Your neighborhood. Ben looked toward Olivia's house. What does it show? Your house. A pause. Olivia's house. Another pause. And the rental property where you stayed last night. Ben's heart stopped. Mark hadn't simply been watching. He had been planning. And now the police had evidence that suggested something much worse was coming. If you're enjoying Ben, Olivia, and Emily's journey, subscribe to Between Raindrops Stories. The hardest part of their story may still be ahead. Ben stayed on the phone with Detective Mitchell until she had answered every question she could. When the call ended, he stood in the kitchen staring at nothing. Olivia noticed immediately. What happened? Ben looked at her. They found Mark's car. She waited. They found photographs. Of us. Wes. Her face tightened. How many? Dozens. Olivia looked toward Emily's bedroom. Of her too? Ben nodded. She covered her mouth. Then Ben said the part he had been dreading. They found her school schedule. Olivia went completely still. And a map. What map? Our neighborhood. Her eyes filled. Ben. They also found the rental house. She sat down. He knew where we were. Wes. Olivia shook her head. I told you. I know. He doesn't stop. Ben crouched beside her. This time, he may have given us enough evidence to stop him. But he's gone. His car isn't. That doesn't mean he's gone. No. Ben took her hands. But it means we're not guessing anymore. Detective Mitchell arrived 40 minutes later. She brought 2 officers with her. Emily was at school. That had been the first thing Ben checked. She's safe, Mitchell said. Ben nodded. Good. They sat at the kitchen table. Mitchell placed a folder down. We found the vehicle abandoned behind an old storage facility. Why there? We don't know yet. Was Mark inside? No. Any sign of where he went? Not yet. Olivia stared at the folder. What was in the car? Mitchell looked at her. Your photographs. Olivia swallowed. And Emily's. Wes. Why would he take pictures of her? We don't know. Olivia looked down. I do. Ben turned toward her. He wants me afraid. Mitchell nodded. That is one possibility. He wants me to leave. That's another. Olivia looked at the detective. He knows Emily is the one thing that could make me leave Ben. Mitchell didn't answer immediately. Then she said, that may be exactly why he approached her. Ben's jaw tightened. What about the threat? We're treating it seriously. Can you issue an arrest warrant? We're working with the evidence. Ben looked frustrated. What more evidence do you need? Mitchell's expression remained calm, something that puts him directly behind the threat. His car was near the school. That's circumstantial. His photographs were in the car. Still circumstantial. He had Emily's schedule. Again, circumstantial. Ben stood. He is stalking my family. Mitchell didn't flinch. I believe you. Then why isn't he in handcuffs? Because believing you isn't the same as proving it in court. Ben stopped. He knew she was right. He just hated it. Mitchell softened. We are trying to build a case that keeps him away permanently. Olivia looked at her. What should we do? Stay predictable. Ben frowned. What? Don't change your routine dramatically. Don't go looking for him. Keep doors locked. Keep documenting everything. She looked at both of them. And if he contacts you, don't respond. Ben nodded. Mitchell stood. We'll increase patrols around the school. Thank you. She paused at the door. And Mr. Walker? Yes. Don't underestimate him. Ben nodded. I won't. That afternoon, Ben picked Emily up from school. She ran toward him. Daddy? He hugged her tightly. You okay? I'm fine. Good. She climbed into the truck. Then she noticed the police car parked across the street. Why are they here? Ben started the engine. They're keeping an eye on things. Because of Mark. Ben didn't answer. Emily looked at him. It's because of Mark. Yes. She sighed. I don't like him. Neither do I. Why can't he just leave Olivia alone? Ben looked at her in the rearview mirror. Some people have trouble accepting things they can't control. Emily thought about that, like when I want extra dessert. Ben laughed. Exactly. Except he's worse. Much worse. She nodded. Then she looked out the window. Can we go to the library? Ben hesitated. Maybe not today? Why? Just for now. Emily frowned. Is Olivia there? No. Where is she? At home. Alone? No. Who's with her? Ben didn't answer. Emily sighed. Dade? Detective Mitchell has someone checking on her. Emily nodded. Okay. Then she became quiet. Ben knew something was bothering her. What? Nothing. Emily. She looked at him. I don't want Olivia to leave. Ben swallowed. Neither do I. Olivia spent the afternoon unpacking. It felt strange. Only a few days ago she had been preparing to leave Ravenwood. Now she was putting books on shelves. She unpacked her grandmother's dishes, her winter clothes, a box of old photographs. She found one from college, another from her first day at the library, another from the year she married Mark. She stared at that one, then put it away. Not because it hurt, because it no longer belonged in the room. She moved to the next box. At the bottom was a small envelope. She opened it. Inside was a hospital bracelet. Her name. The date. Nothing else. She sat down. For 11 years, she had been unable to look at it. Now she could. She held it carefully. I wasn't broken, she whispered. Then she put it into the jewelry box. The repaired one Ben had fixed. And for the first time, the box didn't feel like a reminder of loss. It felt like proof that something damaged could be repaired. Not perfectly. Not without scars. But enough to keep. That evening, Ben arrived with groceries. Olivia opened the door. You didn't have to. I know. You keep saying that? I know. She smiled. You're becoming predictable. That's what the detective recommended. They went into the kitchen. Olivia took the bags. What did you buy? Food. That doesn't narrow it down. Chicken. She laughed. Again? It's easy. You're a carpenter. Exactly. She started unpacking. Ben watched her. What? You're smiling. I am one. Why? She looked at the groceries. I unpacked another box. That's impressive. It is. He smiled. Then he noticed the jewelry box on the counter. What's that? She opened it. Inside was the hospital bracelet. Ben's expression changed. You don't have to keep that. I know. Then why? 'Cause she looked at him. Because it's part of my life. He nodded. Okay. I used to think if I put it away, I'd be moving on. And now? Now I think moving on means I can look at it without blaming myself. Ben reached for her hand. You should never have blamed yourself.
I know.
She squeezed his fingers. I'm learning. That night, Emily asked Olivia a question. They were sitting on the living room floor. Ben was in the kitchen. Do you think my mom would like you? Olivia looked at her. I hope so. Why? Because she sounds like she loved you very much. She did. And because I don't want to take her place. Emily nodded. I know. Your mom will always be your mom. I know. Emily leaned against Olivia. You can still love people who aren't here. Olivia looked down at her. Yes. Dade told me that. He's right. He's usually right. Usually? Emily smiled. Sometimes he's wrong. Olivia laughed. From the kitchen, Ben called. I heard that. Emily giggled. Olivia looked toward the kitchen. For a moment, everything felt normal. Then her phone rang. Unknown number. She froze. Ben came into the room. Don't answer. She looked at the screen. The phone stopped. A message appeared. You shouldn't have opened the box. Olivia's face went white. Ben took the phone. Did he know about this? I don't know. He showed her the message. She stared at it. How would he know? Ben immediately called Detective Mitchell. The police arrived again. This time they took the phone. They checked the message. They couldn't immediately trace it. But something else was discovered. The message had been sent through a temporary number, and the number had only been active for 12 minutes. Mitchell looked at Olivia. What box is he referring to? Olivia showed her the jewelry box. Mitchell examined it. What's inside? The bracelet. Anything else? Olivia shook her head. No. Mitchell opened the box. Nothing. She examined the underside. Then the hinge. Then the lining. Did anyone else have access to this? Olivia frowned. No. Are you sure? Yes. Mitchell looked at Ben. Where did you get this? Olivia's grandmother's house. Was it stored somewhere before? Yes. Where? In storage. Who had access? Olivia thought. Mark. Ben's eyes narrowed. What? He helped me move some things after the divorce. Mitchell looked at the box again. When? 2 years ago. Could he have opened it? Yes. Then we need to examine it. The Olivia looked frightened. What are you looking for? Anything. They took the box, then the bracelet, then the envelope. Before leaving, Mitchell looked at Olivia. Don't panic. I'll try. The next morning, the police found something inside the jewelry box. A tiny recording device. Olivia stared at it. What is that? Mitchell placed it inside an evidence bag. A listening device. Ben's expression hardened. He planted that. Possibly. To win. We don't know. Olivia's hands began shaking. He could hear everything. Mitchell nodded. Potentially. The conversations. Yes. The things I said to Ben. Yes. The things Emily said. We don't know how long it was active. Olivia closed her eyes. Ben stepped beside her. He's been listening. She nodded. That means he knew everything. Ben looked at Mitchell. Can you trace it? We're trying. What if he heard where we stayed? He may have. Ben's jaw tightened. What about the house? We'll search it. The search took 3 hours. Police checked the Walker house, Olivia's house, the workshop. They found nothing else. Then an officer called Mitchell. They had found something outside Olivia's bedroom window, a small camera, hidden inside a birdhouse. Ben stared at it, his stomach turned. He was watching her bedroom. Mitchell nodded. We're going to process it. Olivia looked sick. I can't stay here. Ben turned toward her. Olivia. No. She shook her head. This is too much. She stepped backward. I can't sleep here. We'll find somewhere else. That's not the point. She looked at Ben. He has been watching me. I know. He may have heard everything. I know. He knows about Emily. I know. She wiped her tears. And I still want to stay. Ben stared at her. What? Olivia took a shaky breath. I don't want to run. Ben stepped closer. Are you sure? No go. She smiled through tears. But I'm tired of letting fear decide where I live. Ben took her hand. Then we don't run. She nodded. We stay. That evening, they sat together on the porch while police remained nearby. Emily was upstairs drawing. The neighborhood was quiet. Olivia rested her head against Ben. I never thought I'd say this. What? I feel safer here than I did in my marriage. Ben looked at her. That's a terrible compliment. She laughed. I know. Then she became serious. I mean it. Ben kissed her forehead. I know. She looked toward the upstairs window. Emily is worth fighting for. Yes. And you are. Ben smiled. So are you. She took his hand. I want to build something. With me. With all 3 of us. Ben looked at her. You're sure? No. She laughed softly. But I'm willing to find out. Ben squeezed her hand. That's enough. At 11:46 that night, the police received a call. An officer had spotted Mark Reed. He was walking toward the Ravenwood bus station. They moved immediately. 2 patrol cars blocked the entrance. Detective Mitchell approached him. Mark Reed. He stopped. Yes. You're being detained while we investigate several allegations. Mark smiled. About Olivia. Among other things. He looked around. Where's Ben? That's none of your concern. Mark laughed. You don't understand. Mitchell stepped closer. Then explain it. Mark looked directly at her. I don't want Olivia. Mitchell paused. What? I don't want her back. Then what do you want? Mark smiled. I want her to understand something. What? That she doesn't get to build a happy life after what she did to me. Mitchell's expression hardened. What did she do? Mark looked toward the road. She took away my family. You mean the child you pressured her to have? His face changed. For the first time, Mitchell saw genuine anger. You don't know anything about us. I know enough. She placed him in handcuffs. As officers led him away, Mark turned. Ask her about Rachel. Mitchell stopped. What about Rachel? Mark smiled. She hasn't told you everything. At the rental house, Olivia was asleep. Ben sat beside her. His phone rang. Detective Mitchell. He answered quietly. Hello. We have Mark. Ben sat upright. You caught him?
Yes.
What happens now? He's being questioned. Ben exhaled. Then Mitchell added. He mentioned Rachel. Ben's expression changed. Rachel? Yes. Why? Hay claims Olivia hasn't told you everything about her. Ben looked toward Olivia. She was still asleep. What does that mean? I don't know yet. Ben stared at the woman beside him. For the first time in days, he allowed himself to breathe. Maybe it was finally over. Maybe Mark had finally been stopped. But across town, during the search of Mark's abandoned vehicle, an officer discovered one final item hidden beneath the driver's seat. A hospital photograph. Not of Olivia, not of Mark, not of the baby. It showed Rachel Reed standing outside a hospital room 11 years earlier. And written on the back were 4 words, she knows where it is. Ben didn't sleep. Not after Detective Mitchell's call. Not after hearing Mark mention Rachel. And certainly not after seeing the photograph. She knows where it is. Those 4 words kept circling through his mind. He sat at the kitchen table in the temporary rental house, while Olivia slept upstairs. Rachel knew something. Mark knew Rachel knew something. And whatever it was had been important enough for Mark to hide a photograph for 11 years. Ben looked at his phone. 3:14 a.m., he almost called Detective Mitchell. Then he stopped. She had Mark in custody. For the first time since this nightmare began, maybe they had the upper hand. He leaned back in his chair. Then he heard footsteps. Olivia came downstairs. You're awake. Ben looked up. Couldn't sleep. She walked toward him. Neither could I. She sat across from him. What did Mitchell say? Ben hesitated. Mark mentioned Rachel. Olivia's face changed. Rachel. Wes. What did he say? He said you haven't told me everything. Olivia looked down. I told you everything I know. I believe you. She looked up. Then why do you look worried? Because I don't know what Rachel knows. Olivia was quiet. Then she said, neither do I. The next morning, Detective Mitchell arrived at the rental house. She brought the photograph. Olivia stared at it. I've seen this. When? After the miscarriage. Mitchell placed it on the table. Do you remember Rachel being at the hospital? Wes. Why was she there? Mark called her. Do you know why? Olivia shook her head. I assumed because he was upset. Mitchell nodded. Did Rachel ever tell you anything about that day? No. Did you see her after? No. Mitchell looked at Ben. Mark claims Rachel knows something about the baby. Olivia's face tightened. What does that mean? We don't know? Ben looked at the photograph. What's on the back? Mitchell turned it over. The same words were written there. She knows where it is. Olivia stared. Where what is? That is what we're trying to find out. She looked at Mitchell. Can I talk to Rachel? Why? Because she's a potential witness. Olivia frowned. You think she's involved? We don't know. She isn't. How can you be sure? Olivia looked at the photograph. Because Rachel was the only person in Mark's family who ever apologized to me. Mitchell nodded. That's useful. It means she may be willing to cooperate. Mark was questioned for nearly 3 hours. He didn't deny following Olivia. He didn't deny photographing Ben. He didn't deny knowing where Emily went to school. But whenever investigators asked about the hospital, he became vague. That's between Olivia and me. Did you tell Olivia the miscarriage was her fault? No. Did you tell her she couldn't have children? No. Did you pressure her to become pregnant again? I wanted a family. That wasn't the question. Mark leaned back. I loved my wife. You were divorced. She was still my wife when it mattered. The detective looked at him. Why did you follow her? I was worried. Why photograph her? I needed proof. Proof of what? That she was moving on. Why does that matter? Mark smiled. It matters because she shouldn't be. The detective stared at him. You don't own her. Mark's smile disappeared. I know. Then why are you behaving like you do? Mark said nothing. The detective pushed the photograph across the table. What does this mean? Mark looked at it. She knows where it is. Where what is? Mark leaned back. Ask Rachel. Rachel was brought to the station that afternoon. She looked exhausted. Detective Mitchell placed the photograph in front of her. Rachel stared at it. You found it. Les. Rachel closed her eyes. I hoped no one would. What is it? She didn't answer. Rachel. She looked at Mitchell. I need to talk to Olivia. You can. Alone. That may not be possible. Rachel shook her head. You don't understand. Then explain. Rachel stared at the photograph. Mark doesn't know everything. What doesn't he know? Rachel swallowed. The baby wasn't buried. Mitchell's expression changed. What? Rachel's hands began trembling. Olivia never knew what happened after the hospital. Tell me. Rachel took a breath. The hospital handled the remains. That is standard. No. She shook her head. Not this time. Mitchell waited. Rachel whispered. There was a mistake. Olivia sat beside Ben in the station waiting room. She hadn't spoken much. She kept staring at the floor. Ben took her hand. You don't have to hear this. Yes, I do. You can stop whenever you want. She looked at him. I've spent 11 years not knowing. She squeezed his hand. I want to know now. Detective Mitchell walked toward them. Rachel is ready. Olivia stood. Where is she? Interview room. They entered together. Rachel was sitting at the table. When she saw Olivia, tears immediately filled her eyes. I'm sorry. Olivia sat across from her. For what? Rachel looked at Ben. Can he stay? Olivia nodded. Yes. Rachel took a breath. After you lost the baby, Mark was told the hospital would handle everything. Olivia nodded. I remember. But there was a problem. What problem? The hospital had another patient with a similar name. Olivia frowned. What does that mean? Rachel looked at her. There was a mix-up. Olivia's face went pale. What kind of mix-up? Rachel's voice trembled. Your baby's remains were temporarily transferred to the wrong facility. Silence. Ben stared at her. What? Rachel continued. The hospital discovered the mistake. When? 2 days later. Olivia's eyes filled. What happened then? Rachel looked down. They tried to correct it. Where were the remains? Rachel didn't answer. Rachel. I don't know. Olivia stared at her. You said you knew. I know what Mark told me. What did he tell you? Rachel swallowed. He said the hospital had lost them. Olivia's face changed. Lost them? Yes. Ben's jaw tightened. That can't be possible. It shouldn't be. Olivia looked at Rachel. Why didn't anyone tell me? Rachel's eyes filled. Because Mark told them not to. Olivia froze. What? He told the hospital you didn't want to know? That isn't true. I know. Why would he do that? Rachel looked at her. Because he didn't want you asking questions. Ben stood. Why? Rachel looked at him. Because he had already decided what story you were going to believe. Olivia whispered. He wanted me to think it was my fault. Yes. And if I knew the hospital made a mistake. You might have questioned everything. Olivia stared at the table. Did Mark know where the baby was? Rachel hesitated. I don't know. But you said he lied.
Wes.
So what did he know? I knew there had been a mistake. How? Rachel looked toward the door. Because I saw him talking to someone. Who? I don't know. When? 2 days after the miscarriage. Olivia's breathing became shallow. Where? Outside the hospital. What did you hear? Rachel closed her eyes. Mark said. Nobody tells her. No. Olivia's face crumpled. Ben reached for her hand. What else? Rachel looked at him. He said, if she finds out, she'll never forgive me. Silence. Olivia looked at Rachel. Forgive him for what? I don't know. You must know something. I don't. Rachel began crying. I was afraid. You keep saying that. I know. Afraid of Mark. Wes. You watched him destroy my life. Rachel looked down. I know. And you said nothing? I was wrong. The Olivia's voice broke. You were. Rachel nodded. I should have told you. Less. I should have helped you. Yes. I didn't. Olivia looked away. Then something unexpected happened. She reached across the table. Not to comfort Rachel, to take the photograph. She studied it. The hospital room. Mark, Rachel. Then she noticed something in the background. A door. A sign. Records department. Olivia looked at it. Wait. Everyone looked at her. I know that hallway. Ben leaned closer. Why? Because after the miscarriage, I woke up there. Rachel nodded. That's the same hospital. Yes. Olivia pointed at the photograph. That door. What about it? There was a nurse. What nurse? She came into my room. Olivia closed her eyes. I remember her. What did she say? I don't know. She struggled. Then her eyes widened. She had a bracelet. Ben frowned. What kind? Blue? Rachel looked confused. Why does that matter? Olivia looked at her. Because she had the same bracelet as the one in my jewelry box. Silence. Ben stared at Olivia. The hospital bracelet. Yes. Rachel's expression changed. No. What? Rachel stood. That bracelet shouldn't exist. Detective Mitchell immediately called the evidence team. The bracelet was brought back. Rachel examined it. She turned it over. There was a number stamped into the plastic. She stared at it. That's not Olivia's patient number. Ben looked at Mitchell. What does that mean? Rachel shook her head. I don't know. Mitchell photographed it. Then she asked, Rachel, where did this come from? I don't know. Olivia looked at her. Mark gave it to me. Rachel's eyes widened. When? After the divorce. Why? He said it was all that remained. Rachel's face went pale. All that remained of what? Olivia whispered. The baby. Rachel sat back down. But that's not your bracelet. Olivia looked at her. Then whose is it? Rachel didn't answer. Mitchell took the bracelet. We're going to find out. 2 hours later, the hospital records department confirmed something. The number on the bracelet belonged to another patient, a woman named Jessica Miller. She had been admitted on the same day as Olivia. She had also suffered a pregnancy loss. But there was something strange. Jessica's records showed that her remains had been properly released to her family. Olivia's records were incomplete. There was a missing transfer document, and the hospital had no record of where Olivia's baby's remains had gone. Ben stared at the report. This was never resolved. Mitchell nodded. Apparently not. Olivia's voice was barely audible. Then where is my baby? Nobody answered, because they didn't know. That evening, Olivia sat alone in the rental house. Ben was making tea. Emily was upstairs. Olivia held the bracelet in her hand. I thought I knew what happened. The Ben sat beside her. You knew what Mark told you. She nodded. I built my entire life around that story. I know. What if there's more? There may be. What if I find something I can't handle? Ben looked at her. Then you won't handle it alone. She leaned against him. I thought I wanted closure. You might. Now I'm not sure. Ben kissed her forehead. Maybe you don't need closure. What do I need? The truth. She nodded. Yes. The next morning, Detective Mitchell called. We found Jessica Miller. Olivia sat upright. What? She lives 2 states away. Does she know anything? We don't know yet. Can we contact her? We already did. And she agreed to speak with us. Olivia's heart raced. When? Tomorrow. Ben looked at her. Tomorrow. Mitchell continued. There is one problem. What? Jessica remembers the hospital. Olivia waited. She remembers seeing Mark. Olivia's face went pale. Why? Mitchell paused. She says he wasn't alone. With? Who? Olivia looked toward the window. Ben felt her hand tighten around his. Then Mitchell said the words that changed everything. Jessica says she saw Olivia's baby being taken somewhere. Olivia stopped breathing. Taken where? We don't know. But she does. She says she remembers. Then tomorrow. Yes. You'll know? Mitchell hesitated. Maybe. The call ended. Olivia stared at Ben. If Mark knew. Ben understood. He may have known exactly where your baby went. And Rachel may know too. Ben took her hand. We'll find out. Olivia nodded. Then she looked toward Emily's room. I thought the hardest thing I'd ever do was bury my past. Ben squeezed her hand. Maybe this is about finally bringing the truth home. Outside, an engine started. Ben looked through the window. A dark sedan was parked across the street. It pulled away before he could see the driver. But this time, Ben noticed something else. A passenger was sitting in the back seat. A woman, and as the car disappeared around the corner, Olivia whispered, that wasn't Mark. She knew the woman. She had seen her once before. 11 years ago, at the hospital. Olivia didn't move. She stood at the window, staring at the empty street. Ben came up behind her. You know her? Olivia nodded slowly. I think so. Who is she? I don't know her name. Ben waited. But I remember her. From the hospital? Les. She pressed her fingers against the glass. She was there the night I lost the baby. Ben looked toward the road. Are you sure? No. Olivia closed her eyes, but I remember her face. What was she doing? I don't know. Try. Olivia took a breath. She was standing near the records desk. Ben's expression tightened. The same area from the photograph. Yes. Did she talk to you? I don't remember. Did she talk to Mark? I don't know. Olivia shook her head. Everything from that night is broken open in my memory. Ben took her hand. That's okay. No. She looked at him. It isn't. Olivia. I need to remember. You don't have to remember everything today. She looked toward the road again. I've spent 11 years believing I knew what happened. Her voice became quiet. Now every memory feels like a lie. Ben squeezed her hand. Then we'll separate what you know from what you were told. She looked at him. You really aren't going anywhere. No. Even if this gets worse. Yes. Even if it has nothing to do with you. Ben smiled. It already has something to do with me. What? You. Olivia looked down. For a moment, the fear left her face. Then Emily called from upstairs. Dad? Ben turned. Coming! Olivia smiled. She needs you. So do you. She shook her head. Goo. Ben went upstairs. Olivia remained by the window. She couldn't stop thinking about the woman in the car. She had seen that face before. She knew she had. But there was another memory buried underneath it. A voice. A woman's voice. Quiet. Almost a whisper. Don't let him make you believe this was your fault. Olivia's breath caught. She remembered. The next morning they drove to the police station. Jessica Miller was scheduled to arrive at 10. Olivia barely spoke during the drive. Ben kept one hand on the steering wheel. The other rested near hers on the center console. Neither mentioned the baby. They didn't need to. When they arrived, Detective Mitchell was waiting. She'll be here soon. Olivia nodded. Thank you. Mitchell looked at Ben. There's something you should know. What? Jessica requested that Rachel be present. Olivia's expression changed. Why? She says she won't speak without her. Why would she want Rachel there? We don't know. Olivia looked at Ben. Something happened between them. Probably. I don't remember it. You don't have to. She nodded. At 10:12 a woman walked into the station. She was around Olivia's age. Brown hair, glasses, a nervous expression. She stopped when she saw Olivia. For several seconds, neither spoke. Then Jessica whispered, You're Olivia. Olivia nodded. Yes. Jessica's eyes filled. I've wanted to find you. Olivia's heart began pounding. Why? Jessica looked toward Rachel. Then back at Olivia. Because I remember? Remember what? That night? Olivia stepped closer. What happened? Jessica took a breath. I was in the room across from yours. Olivia nodded. I remember. File, you were crying. I don't remember that. You kept asking for your husband. Olivia's face tightened. Mark. Les. Jessica looked at Rachel. And then I saw him. Where? Outside your room. Olivia waited. He was arguing with someone. Woo. A nurse. What were they arguing about? Jessica shook her head. I couldn't hear everything. Try. She kept telling him he couldn't take something. Olivia's heart began racing. What? Jessica looked directly at her. The baby's remains. The room went silent. Olivia closed her eyes. What did Mark say? Jessica swallowed. He said he was family. And the nurse. She said she needed authorization. Olivia opened her eyes. Authorization for what? Jessica hesitated. To release the remains. Ben looked at Mitchell. What happened next? Jessica said quietly. Mark signed something. Olivia's face went pale. He signed something. Yes. Then what? He took a small container. Olivia stopped breathing. What? Jessica nodded. He carried it out. Rachel covered her mouth. Olivia turned toward her. You knew. Rachel started crying. I knew he took something. You knew? I didn't know what he planned to do. But you knew? Yes. Olivia stepped backward. Why didn't you tell me? Rachel couldn't answer. Jessica looked between them. There's more. Olivia looked at her. What? Jessica reached into her purse. She pulled out a folded piece of paper. I kept this for 11 years. She handed it to Olivia. Olivia opened it. It was a photocopy of a hospital transfer form. Her name was on it. So was Mark's. And beneath the names was a handwritten note. Release authorized by spouse. Olivia stared at the paper. He took my baby. Jessica nodded. But we don't know where. Rachel suddenly spoke. I do. Everyone turned. Rachel's face was covered in tears. Olivia stared at her. You know. Rachel nodded. I know where Mark took the container. Where? Rachel looked at Ben. Then back at Olivia. He took it to his parents' house. Olivia's voice trembled. Why? He said he wanted to bury the baby himself. Olivia closed her eyes. But you said there was no memorial. There wasn't. Then what happened? Rachel shook her head. I don't know. You followed him. No. Then how do you know? Rachel took a shaky breath. Because I went there later. Olivia stared at her. And? Rachel looked down. The container was gone. Ben stepped forward. Gone where? I don't know. When? The next morning. Who could have taken it? Rachel shook her head. Mark. Why? I don't know. Olivia's voice cracked. Did he ever talk about it? Yes. When? Months later. What did he say? Rachel looked at Olivia. He told me he had taken care of it. Olivia's eyes filled. What does that mean? I asked him. And? He said. Rachel stopped. Say it? Rachel swallowed. He said, she'll never know where it is. Olivia's face crumpled. Ben caught her before she fell. She buried her face against his chest. He stole the only thing I had left. Ben held her tightly. He stole your truth. Olivia shook her head. No. She looked up. He stole my right to say goodbye. The police immediately obtained a warrant to search the Reed family property. Mark's parents had moved years ago, but the house still existed. The current owners allowed police access after seeing the warrant. Rachel accompanied them. Olivia didn't. Ben stayed with her. They sat in the station waiting room. Emily was with a trusted family friend. Olivia stared at the floor. I don't know what I want them to find. Ben sat beside her. You want the truth. What if the truth is worse? Then we'll face it. She looked at him. What if there's nothing? Then we'll know. She leaned against him. I hate that I still care. About what? The baby. Ben looked at her. Why would you hate that? Because I built a life without knowing. She wiped her eyes. I thought I had accepted it. You did. Then why does it hurt so much? Because someone took your chance to grieve honestly. Olivia nodded. I think that's what hurts. 3 hours later, Detective Mitchell returned. She sat across from them. We found something. Olivia immediately sat upright. What? A small cemetery behind the old Reed property. Olivia's heart stopped. Was there a grave? Wes. Woos. We don't know yet. Olivia's hands began shaking. There's a marker. Mitchell nodded. It's unmarked. Ben took Olivia's hand. What else? We found a small metal box buried nearby. Olivia's eyes filled. What's inside? Haven't opened it. Why? We need you to decide whether you want to be present. Olivia looked at Ben. Then at Mitchell. I do. The old Reed property was 30 minutes outside Ravenwood. The cemetery sat behind a line of trees. It was small, maybe 20 graves. Most were old. Some had names. Some didn't. The police had marked one area with evidence tape. A metal box sat on a table. Olivia stared at it. That could be it. Mitchell nodded. We don't know. Rachel stood several feet away. She couldn't bring herself to look at Olivia. Ben stayed beside Olivia. Ready? No. He nodded. Okay. Wishy took his hand. Let's do it. Mitchell opened the box. Inside was a small blanket, a hospital bracelet, and a folded photograph. Olivia covered her mouth. The bracelet was different from the one Mark had given her. This one had her name, her actual patient number. Her eyes filled. My baby. Ben's eyes filled too. Olivia touched the blanket. That's real. Mitchell looked at Rachel. Do you recognize this? Rachel nodded. Yes. Olivia looked at her. How? Mark showed it to me. When? Years ago. Why? Rachel hesitated. He wanted me to believe he had buried the baby. Olivia stared at the box. But this isn't a grave. No. Then what is it? Mitchell carefully unfolded the photograph. It showed a hospital container, and beside it was Mark. On the back was a date. The day after Olivia's miscarriage. Ben looked at the photograph. Why would he keep this? Mitchell turned it over again. There was another line written underneath the date. Transferred. Olivia frowned. Transferred where? Mitchell looked at the evidence bag. We don't know. Then Rachel spoke. I do. Everyone turned. Rachel was crying. Mark didn't bury the baby. Olivia stared at her. Where did he take it? Rachel looked toward the road. He took it to a private cemetery. Which one? The Walker family cemetery. Ben froze. What? Rachel looked at him. Mark told me he needed a place nobody would ever think to look. Ben's face went pale. My family cemetery. Rachel nodded. Olivia looked at him. What does that mean? Ben couldn't answer, because there was only one person buried in the Walker family cemetery who had any connection to that date. His grandfather. And the cemetery was on land Ben had inherited. Land he had visited hundreds of times. Land he knew every inch of. If Rachel was telling the truth, Olivia's baby's remains might have been buried on property Ben had owned for years, and neither of them had ever known. That night, Ben and Olivia stood outside the cemetery gate. The police were behind them. The trees moved softly in the wind. Olivia looked at Ben. I can't believe this. Neither can I. If he's there. Ben took her hand. Then you'll finally know where your baby is. She nodded. And if he isn't, then we'll keep looking. Olivia leaned against him. I don't know how to thank you. You don't have to. She looked up. You keep saying that. Because you keep trying. She smiled through tears. Then they walked through the gate. The Walker family cemetery was small. Quiet. Ben knew every grave. He led the officers toward the back, then stopped. There was one patch of earth he'd never paid attention to. No marker, no flowers. Just a small depression beneath an old oak tree. Detective Mitchell looked at it. This could be something. Ben stared. I've walked past that spot 100 times. Olivia whispered, maybe he knew you would. Ben looked at her. What? He chose your land because he knew you'd never suspect it. The officers began examining the ground. Then one of them stopped. Detective. Everyone turned. The officer pointed toward the soil. Something white was visible beneath the leaves, a small piece of plastic. Mitchell crouched. She carefully brushed the leaves aside, then looked up. We found something. Olivia's hand tightened around Ben's. What? Mitchell stood. A hospital tag. Olivia closed her eyes. And for the first time in 11 years, she knew one thing with certainty. Her baby had been there. But there was one question still unanswered. Who had buried the child on Ben's land, and why? Olivia couldn't move. She stared at the small plastic hospital tag in Detective Mitchell's hand. Her name was printed across it. Beneath that was a number. The same number from the hospital records. The same number she'd carried on her wrist 11 years ago. Her knees nearly gave out. Ben caught her. I've got you. She gripped his arm. It's real. Yes. My baby was here. Ben didn't answer immediately, because he knew there were some moments when words only made things worse. Detective Mitchell crouched near the ground again. We're going to stop here. Olivia looked at her. Why? We need the medical examiner and forensic team. I want to know. I know. Please. Mitchell stood. Well, find out. Olivia looked at the patch of earth beneath the oak tree. After 11 years of uncertainty, she finally knew where to look. And somehow, that was almost harder than not knowing. The forensic team arrived before sunrise. Ben and Olivia waited in his truck. Neither spoke. The cemetery was quiet. A pale morning light spread across the trees. Olivia held both hands together. I keep thinking about the hospital. Ben looked at her. What do you remember? Not much. Anything. She nodded. I remember waking up after the miscarriage. Wes. She stared through the windshield. Mark was sitting beside me. Ben listened. He looked angry. Angry. Yes. Why? I don't know. What else? Olivia closed her eyes. He told me the doctor said something was wrong with me. Ben's jaw tightened. He lied. Wes. He told you your body caused the miscarriage. Les. She swallowed. I believed him. Ben took her hand. You were vulnerable. I was his wife. That doesn't mean you should have expected him to tell you the truth. She nodded. I keep wondering what would have happened if I had known. You might have left sooner. Maybe. You might have fought him. Maybe. You might have healed differently. She looked at him. And maybe I wouldn't have met you. Ben smiled faintly. Maybe. Olivia leaned against his shoulder. I don't want to be grateful for something that hurt me. You don't have to be. She closed her eyes. You're right. At 8:15, Detective Mitchell approached the truck. We're ready. Olivia stepped out. Ben followed. They walked beneath the oak tree. The forensic team had marked off a small area. A technician approached Mitchell. We've confirmed human remains. Olivia stopped. Ben took her hand. The technician continued. Based on the size and the associated hospital materials, the remains appear consistent with an infant. Olivia's eyes filled. Can you confirm? We'll need laboratory testing. How long? A few days. Olivia looked toward the ground. So you don't know? Not yet. She nodded. I can wait. The technician handed Mitchell another evidence bag. Inside was a small piece of fabric, a faded blue blanket. Olivia recognized it immediately. I bought that. Ben looked at her. For the baby. She nodded. I had it in the hospital. Her voice broke. Mark told me they threw everything away. Ben looked at the blanket. He lied. Olivia nodded. Again. And again. As if repeating it might somehow make 11 years of pain disappear. They returned to the rental house that afternoon. Emily was waiting. She ran to Olivia. Are you okay? Olivia knelt and hugged her. Yes. You look sad. I am. Did they find your baby? Olivia looked at Ben, then back at Emily. Yes. Emily's eyes widened. Really? Yes. Where? Olivia smiled through tears. Somewhere safe. Emily hugged her tighter. I knew you'd find them. Olivia closed her eyes. For a moment, she simply held the little girl. Then Emily pulled back. Does that mean you're happy? Olivia thought about it. I think I'm relieved. What's the difference? Happy is when something good happens. And relieved. Relieved is when something you've been afraid of finally stops being unknown. Emily nodded thoughtfully. I think I understand. Olivia kissed her forehead. You're very wise. Dade says I'm nosy. That too. Ben smiled. Hey. Emily laughed. That evening Ben made dinner. Olivia helped. Emily set the table. There were 3 plates. Then she stopped. She looked at the empty chair. Should we put Mom's glass there? Ben nodded. Yes. Emily placed it down. Then she looked at Olivia. And one for the baby? Olivia's eyes filled. Ben looked at her. Olivia nodded. Emily placed a 4th glass. The 4 places at the table looked strange, but not sad, not tonight. They ate quietly. At one point, Emily said, I think families can be bigger than people think. Ben smiled. What do you mean? You can have people who are gone. She pointed toward Sarah's photograph. And people who are here. She pointed toward Olivia. And people you haven't met yet. Ben looked at her. Who haven't you met? Emily shrugged. Maybe someone someday. Olivia smiled. That sounds reasonable. Ben shook his head. I'm not ready for any more people. Emily laughed. After dinner, Olivia went outside. Ben followed. She stood beneath the porch light. What are you thinking? That I thought I'd feel different. Different how? Like everything would suddenly make sense. Ben leaned against the railing. Doesn't? No. She looked toward the dark street. I still lost my baby. Wes. I still lost 11 years. Wes. Finding the truth doesn't give those years back. No. She nodded. But I don't feel like I'm carrying someone else's version of my grief anymore. Ben reached for her hand. That matters. It does. She looked at him. I want to remember the baby without remembering Mark. You can. I want to remember the good things. Then do. She smiled. I never got to choose a name. Ben waited. Did you ever have one? Olivia shook her head. I was too early. She thought for a moment. Do you think that's strange? No. What would you have named the baby? Ben considered it. I don't know. She smiled. Me neither? They stood together. Then Olivia said, I think I'd like to choose one now. Ben nodded. What name? She looked toward the stars. Grace. Ben smiled. Grace. Because I survived something I thought would destroy me. He squeezed her hand. I like it. The next morning, the laboratory called. Detective Mitchell answered. Then she called Ben. The preliminary results are in. Ben's heart raced. What did they find? The remains are consistent with an infant. Is it Olivia's baby? We're still waiting for DNA confirmation. Ben nodded. How long? 48 hours. Okay. There is something else. What? The hospital tag wasn't the only thing found. Ben waited. There was a second object. What? A small metal key. Ben frowned. A key. Wes, what does it open? We don't know. Ben looked toward Olivia. Can we see it? Later. That afternoon, Olivia sat in the library. She hadn't worked much. She kept staring at the key Detective Mitchell had shown her. It was tiny old. Brass. There was a number stamped into it. 317. She turned it over. Nothing. Ben sat beside her. What do you think it opens? I don't know. Locker. Maybe. Storage box. Maybe. She looked at him. Do you think Mark left it there intentionally? I don't know. It was hiding something. Probably. But why put the key with the baby? Ben didn't answer. Olivia looked at the number. 317. What? That's the date I was born. Ben smiled. March 17th. Yes. Could be coincidence. Maybe. She looked at the key again. I don't believe in coincidences anymore. That evening, Detective Mitchell called again. They had traced the key number. It wasn't a locker number. It wasn't a storage unit. It wasn't connected to the hospital. But there was one place in Ravenwood with a matching number. A small bank safety deposit box. Opened 11 years earlier and closed 6 months ago. In Olivia's name. Olivia stared at Ben. My name. Wes. Who opened it? Mitchell hesitated. Mark Reed. Olivia's blood ran cold. Why would he open a box in my name? We're trying to find out. What's inside? The bank won't release the contents without a warrant. Ben looked at Olivia. Then get one. Mitchell nodded. We're working on it. The following morning, the warrant was approved. Ben and Olivia stood inside the bank. The manager placed a small metal box on the table. Olivia stared at it. Her hands shook. Open it. The manager nodded. The lid lifted. Inside were several documents. A photograph, a hospital bracelet, a small envelope, and a handwritten letter. Olivia reached for the letter. She recognized the handwriting. Mark's, she opened it. Her eyes moved across the page, then stopped. Ben watched her face change. What does it say? Olivia couldn't speak. She handed it to him. Ben read the first line. Olivia, if you're reading this, then you finally found what I buried. He looked at her. His jaw tightened. He continued. You always believed I took your baby because I hated you. That's not what happened. Ben looked up. What does that mean? Olivia shook her head. I don't know. He continued reading. Then his expression changed. The letter contained a confession. Mark admitted he had taken the baby's remains. He admitted he had lied about the miscarriage. He admitted he had blamed Olivia deliberately. But then came the sentence that neither of them expected. I didn't bury your baby on the Walker property. Ben looked at Olivia. What? He kept reading. I only made you believe that. Olivia's face went pale. Then why? Ben read the final paragraph. Because the person who actually has the answer is someone you already trust. Olivia's heart stopped. Ooh, Ben looked at her. There was one final line. Ask Rachel what she did with the baby after I gave it to her. The room went silent. Olivia slowly lowered herself into the chair. Rachel. Ben stared at the letter. She said she didn't know. Olivia's eyes filled with tears. She lied. And suddenly, everything they thought they knew about the woman who had helped them began to fall apart. Olivia didn't speak for several seconds. She simply stared at the letter. Ask Rachel what she did with the baby after I gave it to her. Ben read the sentence again. Then looked at Olivia. We need to call Detective Mitchell. Olivia nodded. Now. Ben reached for his phone. But before he could dial, Olivia stopped him. Wait. What? She helped us. I know. She told us about the hospital. I know. She told me the truth about the miscarriage. Yes. And she cried. Ben looked at her. You think she was pretending? I don't know. Olivia folded the letter. But if she lied about this, I need to hear why. Rachel was brought to the police station that afternoon. She looked frightened the moment she saw Olivia. You found it. Olivia stared at her. Found what? Rachel's eyes dropped. Ben knew immediately. You knew about the letter. Rachel shook her head. No. Then why did you say that? Because I knew Mark kept records. Olivia placed the letter on the table. Rachel read it. Her face drained of color. He wrote this? Yes. Rachel closed her eyes. I was afraid this would happen. Olivia's voice was quiet. What did you do with my baby? Rachel began crying. I didn't hurt your baby. That isn't what I asked. Rachel looked at her. I know. Where did you take the remains? Rachel's hands trembled. I didn't take them. Mark says you did. He gave them to me. Olivia's expression hardened. You just said you didn't take them. I didn't take them from the hospital. Then what happened? Rachel swallowed. Mark brought the container to me. Why? He said he couldn't bear to keep it. Olivia stared. He told you that? Les. What did you do? Rachel looked down. I buried it. Where? Rachel hesitated. Not on the Walker property. Ben leaned forward. Where? Rachel looked at Olivia. At a cemetery. Which one? St. Mary's. Olivia frowned. That cemetery is 20 miles away. Wes. Why did Mark say he buried it on our land? He wanted you to believe it was there. Why? Rachel's eyes filled. Because he wanted you to spend your life wondering. Olivia's face tightened. Why would he do that? Rachel shook her head. I don't know. Ben interrupted. You've known for 11 years. Wes, you've lied for 11 years. Rachel nodded. Yes. Why? Rachel looked at Olivia. Because Mark threatened me. With? What? My daughter. Silence. Rachel explained. After Olivia's miscarriage, Mark had become obsessed with controlling the story. He wanted Olivia to believe the pregnancy had failed because of her. He wanted her to feel guilty. He wanted her to believe she could fix everything by trying again. When Olivia refused, Mark became increasingly controlling. Rachel had seen it. She had tried to intervene. Mark threatened to expose something from Rachel's own past, something that could affect her daughter. So Rachel stayed quiet. When Mark brought her the remains, she buried them at St. Mary's. She kept the location secret. But years later, Mark demanded that she tell him where she had buried them. Rachel refused. That's when he began threatening her again. He wanted me to tell him the location, Rachel said. Why? I don't know. Olivia stared at her. You knew where my baby was. Wes. For 11 years. Wes. And you let me believe I had no grave. Rachel began crying. I was afraid. Olivia looked away. For the first time, Ben saw something different in her face. Not anger. Not grief. Betrayal. You could have told me anonymously? I know. You could have mailed me a letter? I know. You could have called me? I know. You could have done anything. Rachel lowered her head. I was a coward. Olivia nodded. Wes. Rachel cried harder. I am sorry. Olivia stood. I believe you. Rachel looked up. But I don't forgive you. Rachel nodded. I understand. Olivia walked away. Ben followed. Outside the station, Olivia stopped. Ben stood beside her. She lied. Yes. But she didn't destroy the truth. No. She kept it from me. Yes. Olivia looked toward the sky. I don't know how to feel. You don't have to decide today. She nodded. Why does everyone keep saying that? Because you're trying to solve 11 years in one afternoon. She gave a small laugh. Ben took her hand. What do you want to do? Go to St. Mary's. Okay. Tonight. What can? They drove to St. Mary's before sunset. Detective Mitchell arranged for an officer to accompany them. Rachel had given them the location. A small section beneath an old cedar tree. There was no marker. No name. Nothing to indicate that a baby had been buried there. Olivia stood at the edge of the cemetery. Her hands were shaking. That's it. Ben looked at her. How do you know? I don't. She closed her eyes. I just know. The officer approached. We'll verify the location. Olivia nodded. Then she walked toward the tree. Ben followed. She knelt, ran her fingers over the earth, and whispered, I'm sorry. Ben crouched beside her. For what? For taking so long to find you. Ben's eyes filled. You didn't know. I should have. No. She looked at him. You didn't fail your baby. Olivia's tears fell. I needed to hear that. The forensic team arrived the following morning. The cemetery was carefully examined. They found a small burial container. Inside were remains consistent with an infant. The laboratory would need to confirm identity. Olivia stood nearby. She didn't watch the excavation. She couldn't. Ben stayed beside her. When the team finished, Detective Mitchell approached. We'll know soon. Olivia nodded. Thank you. Mitchell hesitated. There is something else. What? Wa found another object. Olivia looked at her. A key. New. Mitchell handed her a small plastic evidence bag. Inside was a folded piece of paper. Olivia opened it. It was an old hospital discharge document. Her name. The date and one handwritten sentence. Mother should be informed that the child survived delivery. Olivia stopped breathing. Ben stared at the paper. What? Olivia's hands began shaking violently. That's impossible. Mitchell looked at her. The laboratory needs to confirm what happened. Olivia shook her head. No. She stared at the sentence. My baby. Ben took the paper. He read it again. The child survived delivery. He looked at Olivia. Olivia. She covered her mouth. I didn't miscarry. The room went silent. The story she'd been told for 11 years had just changed again. The hospital records were pulled immediately. The document was real. It wasn't a fake, but there was a problem. The hospital had no corresponding birth record, no death certificate, no transfer record. Nothing. It was as if the child had existed for a few minutes and then disappeared from the system. Detective Mitchell looked at the records. This is a serious discrepancy. Ben's voice was tight. What does it mean? It means we need to find out who wrote this. Olivia stared at the document. Could it be a mistake? Wes. Could it be forged? Wes. But you said it's real. The paper is real. The handwriting appears consistent with hospital documentation. Olivia looked at Ben. Then someone wrote it. Wes. And someone removed the record. Mitchell nodded. Possibly. That afternoon, the hospital located the nurse who had signed the original document. Her name was Linda Carter. She was now retired. Detective Mitchell contacted her. Linda agreed to meet. She arrived at the station carrying an old handbag. When she saw Olivia, she stopped. Oh my God. You. Olivia looked at her. You remember me. Linda's eyes filled. I never forgot you. Did my baby survive? Linda closed her eyes. Yes. Olivia's knees weakened. Ben caught her. Linda continued. Your baby was alive. How long? Almost 40 minutes. Olivia cried. 40 minutes. Wes. Why didn't anyone tell me? Linda looked terrified. Because Mark told us you didn't want to know. That isn't true. I know. Why did you believe him? Linda shook her head. We didn't. Olivia stared. What? Linda took a breath. We tried to tell you. When? After you woke up, dup. I don't remember. You were sedated. Linda looked at Ben. Mark wouldn't let us speak to you alone. Ben's jaw tightened. What did he do? He told the doctor you were emotionally unstable. Olivia closed her eyes. He used my grief against me? Linda nodded. Wes. Then what happened to the baby? Linda hesitated. That's where things become complicated. Olivia looked at her. Tell me. Linda's eyes filled. The baby was alive. But we were told the child had a severe condition. What condition? A congenital heart defect. Olivia's hand went to her mouth. Could the baby have survived? Linda shook her head. Not without surgery. How long? Maybe hours. Olivia began crying. Did my baby suffer? No. Linda's voice softened. We kept the baby comfortable. Olivia looked at her. Did you hold them? Linda smiled through tears. Yes. Did you know if it was a boy or girl? Linda hesitated. A girl. Olivia closed her eyes. A girl. Ben held her. Linda continued. She was tiny. What did you call her? Linda smiled. We called her Grace. Olivia broke down. That was the name she had chosen. The name she had whispered beneath the oak tree. The name she had never told anyone. Linda reached into her handbag. She pulled out a small photograph. I kept this. Olivia stared. It showed a tiny newborn wrapped in a blue blanket. The same blanket found in the box. Olivia touched the photograph with trembling fingers. That's her? Linda nodded. She was beautiful. Olivia couldn't speak. Ben looked at the photograph. Then at Olivia. Grace. Olivia smiled through tears. Yes. Linda continued. Mark came back after the baby died. What did he do? He asked for the remains. Why? He said he wanted to handle everything privately. The Olivia's face hardened. And you let him? Why had no reason to refuse? Linda looked ashamed. But later, I learned he'd told you the baby never survived. Olivia stared at her. Why didn't you tell me? I tried. When? I called the number Mark gave me. And? It wasn't your number. Ben's expression changed. What? Linda nodded. Mark gave us a number that didn't belong to you. Olivia closed her eyes. He made sure I never knew. Wes. When they left the station, Olivia held the photograph against her chest. She didn't cry anymore. She looked different. Not healed. Not yet, but lighter. I know her? Ben looked at her. You do. I know her name. Yes. I know she lived. Yes. And I know she was loved. Ben squeezed her hand. She was. Olivia looked at the photograph. That's enough. They walked toward the car. Then Detective Mitchell's phone rang. She listened. Her expression changed. What happened? Ben asked. She lowered the phone. The DNA results came back. Olivia stopped. Mitchell looked at her. The remains from St. Mary's are not Grace. Olivia's face went white. Ben stared. Then whose are they? Mitchell shook her head. We don't know. Olivia looked at the photograph in her hand. Her baby had lived. Her baby had died. Her baby had been taken. But the remains they had just found weren't hers. And suddenly the question wasn't where Grace had been buried. It was much worse. Where was Grace's body taken after she died? Olivia stared at Detective Mitchell. For several seconds, she didn't seem to understand what she'd just heard. The remains aren't Grace. Mitchell shook her head. No. Olivia looked at the photograph in her hand. The tiny baby wrapped in blue. Grace. Her daughter. Alive. For 40 minutes. Loved by a nurse. Then gone. Again, so where is she? Mitchell didn't answer immediately. We don't know. Olivia closed her eyes. She had spent 11 years believing her daughter had been buried somewhere. Now she knew that wasn't true. The grave wasn't hers. The remains weren't hers. The only thing she actually had was a photograph. And a name. Grace. Ben stepped closer. We'll find out. Olivia looked at him. What if there isn't anything left to find? Then we'll still find the truth. She nodded. But this time the fear in her eyes was different. She wasn't afraid of learning the truth anymore. She was afraid the truth might be that nobody had protected her daughter. The police returned to the hospital. Linda Carter went with them. The original records were pulled. Then more records. Then older archived files. They found a strange pattern. Every document concerning Grace had been altered. Some were missing. Some had been replaced. Some had handwritten notes that didn't match the original records. And one file was completely empty. Patient transfer. Infant female. 11:43 p.m. No destination. No receiving physician. No signature. Nothing. Ben stared at the document. Someone removed the information. Detective Mitchell nodded. Yes. Ooh. We're working on that. Linda looked sick. I remember that transfer. Everyone turned. What do you remember? Mitchell asked. Linda took a breath. The baby was supposed to go to the neonatal unit. Why? Because she needed monitoring. Did she go? No. Linda shook her head. That's what bothered me. What happened? Someone came to the nursery. Ooh. I thought it was a hospital administrator. Did you know them? Knew. What did they look like? Linda closed her eyes. Dark hair? Man or woman? Men? Age? 40s, maybe? Anything else? He had a hospital badge. Ben looked at Olivia. Mark. Linda shook her head. No. Are you sure? Less. Why? Because I knew Mark. Linda looked toward Olivia. I saw him at the hospital that night. She paused. This man wasn't him. Ben's phone buzzed. It was Daniel Harris. Ben stepped away to answer. Hello. I've been digging into the Reed family. What did you find? Something interesting. Ben waited. Mark's father owned a medical supply company. Ben frowned. What kind? Hospital equipment. Ben looked toward Mitchell. Does that matter? Potentially. How? The company had contracts with several hospitals in the region, including Ravenwood. Less. Ben's expression hardened. Keep going. There's more. Gabriel lowered his voice. 11 years ago, The company was under investigation for falsifying invoices. What does that have to do with Grace? I don't know yet. Then why tell me? Because one of the hospitals involved was Ravenwood Medical Center. Ben went silent. Who was the investigator? Daniel answered. That's the interesting part. Who? Mark's father. Ben ended the call. He walked toward Olivia. There's something you need to know. She looked at him. What? Mark's father had business connections with the hospital. Olivia's face changed. What kind? Medical supplies. She stared. Why? We don't know. But you think it matters? Yes. Detective Mitchell heard them. Tell me everything. Ben did. Mitchell immediately called another investigator. Within minutes, they were searching corporate records. Then hospital contracts. Then personnel files. The connection became clear. Mark's father hadn't simply supplied equipment. He had been a major contractor. And the night Grace was born, one of his employees had been inside the hospital. The same night, a hospital administrator disappeared from the staff directory. The same night, Grace's transfer record vanished. The same night Mark had taken the baby's remains. It was too many coincidences. That evening, Olivia returned home alone. She sat at her kitchen table. The photograph of Grace was beside her. She touched the image gently. I know you were here. Her voice broke. I know you were real. She smiled through tears. And I'm sorry I didn't know. A knock came at the door. Olivia froze. She looked through the window. It was Rachel. Olivia almost didn't open it. Then she did. Rachel stood on the porch. I need to tell you something. Olivia crossed her arms. What? Rachel looked exhausted. I lied again. Olivia's face hardened. About what? Where Mark got the container. Olivia said nothing. Rachel continued. He didn't bring it to me from the hospital. What? I met him at the cemetery. Which cemetery? Steed Mary's. Olivia stared. You were there? Yes. When? The night Grace died. Olivia's stomach tightened. Why? Rachel looked down. Because Mark called me. What did he say? He said he needed help. Helping with what? Rachel's eyes filled. Your baby, Rachel explained. Mark had called her after midnight. He told her the baby had died. He said he needed someone he trusted to help him handle the remains. Rachel met him at St. Mary's. But when she arrived, Mark wasn't carrying a container. He was carrying a small hospital blanket, and he was angry. Why? Because the baby wasn't dead when he left the hospital. Olivia stopped breathing. What? Rachel nodded. He told me the baby was alive. Olivia's eyes widened. Then why did he tell me she died? I don't know. Rachel's voice shook. He said the doctors had made a mistake. What mistake? I don't know. What did he do? He said he needed to take her somewhere. Where? He wouldn't tell me. Olivia stared. Then what happened? Rachel shook her head. He left. Alone? Wes. And the baby. I thought she was with him. Olivia's face crumpled. You let him leave with my daughter. Rachel cried. I didn't know. You knew enough. I know. Olivia stepped backward. I trusted you. I know. You helped him. I know. Rachel looked at her. I've regretted it every day. Olivia couldn't speak. Then Rachel said the one thing she had been afraid to say. I don't think Grace died that night. Silence. Olivia stared at her. What? Rachel whispered. I think Mark gave her to someone. Ben arrived 10 minutes later. Olivia told him everything. He immediately called Mitchell. The police returned. Rachel repeated her statement. Then something unexpected happened. Detective Mitchell asked one question. Who did Mark call that night? Rachel looked at her. I don't know. Think. Rachel closed her eyes. He made one phone call, To whom? I don't know. Did you hear anything? Only one name. What name? Rachel whispered. Daniel. Ben froze. What? Rachel looked at him. He said, Daniel, it's done. Ben stared. My lawyer's name is Daniel? Rachel shook her head. Numb. Then who? I don't know. Ben's expression changed. Daniel Harris. Rachel looked confused. That's the name. Ben immediately called Daniel. No answer. He tried again. Nothing. Detective Mitchell looked at him. Do you know where he is? Ben shook his head. No. She called another officer. Find Daniel Harris. An hour later, they found him. Not at his office. Not at home. At an old storage facility outside Ravenwood. Ben and Mitchell arrived together. Daniel was standing beside a storage unit. His face looked pale. What are you doing here? Daniel stared at Ben. You shouldn't have come. Ben's heart sank. What is this? Daniel looked toward the unit. Something I should have told you. Mitchell stepped forward. Open it. Daniel didn't move. Open it. He slowly unlocked the door. The metal shutter rolled upward. Inside were boxes, old files, medical records, photographs, and a small wooden crib. Olivia wasn't there. Ben immediately understood why. He didn't know how to tell her. He walked inside. Daniel stood behind him. I found this 2 days ago. What is it? Evidence. Of what? Daniel looked at the boxes. Your father was involved. Ben stopped. My father? Yes. What did he do? Daniel swallowed. He helped Mark's father hide financial records connected to the hospital. Ben stared. And Grace? Daniel's eyes filled. I don't know. Then why is her name in these files? Ben pulled a folder from a box. The label read, INFFNTF, PR Valley Transfer. His hands began shaking. He opened it. Inside was a photograph. Grace, alive, wrapped in the blue blanket, and standing beside her was a man Ben recognized. His own father. Ben stared at the photograph. He couldn't breathe. Daniel spoke quietly. Your father didn't just know about the hospital. He knew about Grace. Ben looked at him. Why? Daniel shook his head. I don't know. Ben turned another page. There was a handwritten note. Transferred to private care. Authorization from Walker and Reed families. Ben's blood ran cold. Walker and Reed. Daniel nodded. This wasn't just Mark. Ben looked at the photograph again. His father had been holding Grace. His daughter, the baby Olivia, had spent 11 years believing she had lost. And beneath the photograph was a date, the day Grace disappeared. Ben whispered, My father took her. Daniel shook his head. No. Ben looked at him. Then who did? Daniel pointed to the final line in the file. Transferred to private residence. Guardian Sarah Walker. Ben stopped breathing. Sarah, his late wife. His wife had been listed as Grace's guardian. But that was impossible. Sarah had never told him, and she had died 2 years after Grace was born. Ben looked at the photograph again. Then at Daniel. My wife knew. The Daniel nodded. Apparently. Ben's hands trembled. He picked up another document. There was a handwritten note from Sarah. Only one sentence. Ben can never know. Not until Grace is safe. Ben stared at it. The room seemed to disappear around him. Because suddenly the woman he had spent 2 years mourning had become part of the biggest secret of his life. And somewhere inside those files was the answer to the question that could change everything. What happened to Grace after Sarah took her? Ben read the sentence again. Ben can never know. Not until Grace is safe. His fingers went numb. Sarah's handwriting. There was no mistaking it. He had seen that handwriting on grocery lists, birthday cards, notes she left beside his coffee. He knew it, but this made no sense. My wife was involved in this. Daniel didn't answer. Ben turned toward him. You knew. I knew there was a file. That isn't what I asked. Daniel lowered his eyes. I didn't know Sarah was involved until yesterday. Ben's voice hardened. You've had this for 2 days. Yes, and you didn't tell me. I needed to understand what I was looking at. You could have called me. I know. Ben looked back at the photograph. Sarah was holding a tiny baby. Grace. There was no doubt now. Olivia's daughter had been alive, and Sarah had known about her. Detective Mitchell entered the storage unit. What did you find? Ben handed her the photograph. She studied it. Then the document. Her expression changed. This changes the investigation. Ben laughed bitterly. That's becoming a habit. Mitchell ignored the comment. Who is Sarah Walker? My wife. Was she connected to the hospital? No. Was she connected to Mark? Not that I know of. Why would she be listed as a guardian? Ben shook his head. I don't know. Daniel spoke quietly. Sarah was a social worker before she stopped working. Ben turned. She never told me that. She worked with families in crisis. How do you know? Her employment records. Ben stared at him. You investigated my wife. Daniel pointed toward the files. These records were already here. Mitchell opened another folder. There's something else. She pulled out a typed document. Emergency guardianship authorization. The date was 11 years earlier. The document stated that Grace had been placed temporarily under Sarah Walker's protection because her biological mother was considered medically unable to make decisions. Olivia's name appeared on the document. Ben's stomach turned. That's a lie. Mitchell looked at him. Why? Olivia was never incapable of making decisions. She was sedated. That doesn't mean she was incapable. Mitchell nodded. Then someone used her condition to justify the transfer. Ben looked at the files. Who signed it? Mitchell pointed to the bottom. A hospital administrator. Thomas Reed. Ben froze. Mark's father? Wes? For several minutes, nobody spoke. Ben stared at the signature. Thomas Reed. The same man who had owned the medical supply company. The same man connected to the hospital. The same man whose family had spent years controlling the story. Then Ben noticed something. The date. The guardianship document had been signed 2 days after Grace was born. But Sarah's handwritten note was dated 3 months later. Ben looked at Daniel. Why did Sarah have Grace for 3 months? Daniel shook his head. I don't know. Mitchell looked through another folder. There may be an answer. She pulled out a medical report. Grace required surgery. Ben looked at her. What kind? Heart surgery. He swallowed. Did she survive? We don't know. Then find out. Mitchell nodded. She continued reading. The report says surgery was scheduled at a private children's hospital. Which one? Mitchell looked up. SPA. Ann's Children's Medical Center. Ben recognized the name. It was in another state. How did Grace get there? Mitchell pointed to a transfer authorization. Sarah. Ben stared at the signature. His wife's name. She took her. Wes. Why? Mitchell looked at the next page. Because the hospital here couldn't perform the procedure. Ben's eyes filled. So Sarah was trying to save her. It appears that way. Ben sat down. All the anger he'd felt toward Sarah vanished, replaced by something much harder. Confusion. She never told me. Daniel nodded. Maybe she couldn't. Ben looked at him. Why? Daniel pointed toward the final page. There was a letter. This one was from Sarah. Ben unfolded it. His hands trembled. Ben, if you're reading this, something has happened to me, and I wasn't able to tell you the truth myself. Ben stopped. His breathing changed. He kept reading. I know how this will look. I know you'll wonder why I kept something this important from you. Please believe me when I say I wasn't trying to hurt you. A baby girl was brought to me because someone at the hospital believed she was in danger. Her mother was unconscious. Her father had become unpredictable. Ben closed his eyes. Olivia, he continued. I was asked to protect her temporarily. I agreed because I thought I was helping. Then I learned who her father was. Ben's jaw tightened. Mark Reed wanted control of the situation. His father wanted the hospital records controlled. I realized that if I returned the baby to them, she might disappear forever. Ben stopped reading. Daniel looked away. Mitchell remained silent. Ben continued. I took Grace to St. Anne's. She survived the surgery. Ben stopped breathing. Grace survived. His wife's letter confirmed it. Olivia's baby had survived the surgery. She had lived. Sarah had saved her. Then the next sentence shattered him. But I could not bring her home. Ben looked up. Why? Nobody answered. He kept reading. Mark found out where she was. He threatened me. He said if I didn't give him information about Grace, he would make sure Olivia never learned the truth. I refused. Ben's eyes filled. So I made a choice. I arranged for Grace to be placed with another family. He stared at the page. Another family. Grace had survived. She had been adopted. She had grown up somewhere. Possibly alive. Possibly happy. And Olivia had spent 11 years believing she had lost her. Ben read the final lines. I know this will hurt you. But if Grace is alive, then she is safe. That was all I ever wanted. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you. Love, Sarah. Ben lowered the letter. He couldn't speak. Olivia was sitting at the rental house when Ben returned. She immediately knew something was wrong. What happened? Ben stood in the doorway. He couldn't find the words. Olivia approached. Ben. He handed her the photograph. She looked down. Her face changed. That's her. Wes. Where did you get this? Sarah. Olivia looked up. Sarah. Ben nodded. Then he handed her the letter. Olivia read it. Her hands began shaking. She was alive. Yes. She survived the surgery. Wes. Olivia looked at him. Your wife saved her, Ben nodded. Tears rolled down Olivia's face. She saved my baby. Wes. Why didn't you know? I don't know. Why didn't she tell me? I don't know. Olivia read the final paragraph again. Then looked at Ben. She found her a family. Wes. Olivia covered her mouth. So Grace might still be alive. Ben nodded. She might. For the first time in 11 years, Olivia allowed herself to say the words she had been too afraid to imagine. My daughter may be alive. Ben took her hands. We're going to find her. Detective Mitchell returned with new information. St. Anne still had records, but the adoption records were sealed. There was one exception. A medical emergency involving the child could allow limited access. They filed the request immediately. 2 days later, the hospital responded. Grace had survived her surgery. She had been discharged 3 months later. Her medical file listed her as Grace Elizabeth Walker. Olivia stared at the screen. Walker. Ben nodded. Sarah kept her connected to us. She wanted her to know where she came from. Maybe. Then Mitchell looked at the next page. There is something strange. What? The adoption was never finalized through the standard system. Olivia frowned. What does that mean? The child was placed with a family. Which family? We don't know yet. Why? The records were transferred to a private agency. Which agency? Mitchell looked at the name. Then froze. Ravenwood Family Services. Ben stared. That's here. Wes. Olivia's heart raced. Then find the records. We're trying. The next morning, Detective Mitchell arrived with a name. David and Karen Millam. They had been listed as Grace's temporary guardians. Olivia stared at the paper. Miller. Ben looked at her. What? Jessica. Ben's expression changed. Jessica Miller. The woman who had testified about the hospital. The woman who had seen Mark. The woman who had kept the transfer document for 11 years. Mitchell nodded. That's what we discovered. Olivia whispered. Jessica is Grace's mother. We don't know. Then, why does she have the same last name? Because Jessica was part of the family that received the child. Ben looked at the report. Where is she now? 2 states away. Did she have a child? Mitchell looked at Olivia. She did. When? 11 years ago. Olivia stopped breathing. Ben's eyes widened. That's impossible. Mitchell shook her head. We're verifying. But Jessica told us she was in the hospital that night. She was. She said she was a patient. Yes. Then how could she have been Grace's adoptive mother? Mitchell looked at the file. Because she may not have been there by accident. Jessica arrived in Ravenwood that evening. She walked into the police station alone. Olivia was waiting. Jessica looked at her. Neither spoke. Then Olivia asked, "Is Grace alive?" Jessica's eyes filled. Yes. Olivia's knees nearly gave out. Ben caught her. Where is she? Jessica began crying. I can't tell you. Olivia stared at her. Why? Because I promised. To whom? Jessica looked toward the door. To Sarah. Ben froze. Sarah? Jessica nodded. She made me promise. Olivia stepped closer. Where is my daughter? Jessica shook her head. You don't understand. Then explain it. Jessica took a breath. Grace isn't with my family. Olivia's heart sank. Then where is she? Jessica looked at Ben. Then back at Olivia. She was adopted. Olivia's voice broke. By who? Jessica hesitated. Then whispered, You know them. Ben stared. Who? Jessica looked at Olivia. Your daughter has been living in Ravenwood for 11 years. Olivia stopped breathing. Jessica continued. And you've seen her. Silence. Ben looked at Olivia. She looked terrified. Who is she? Jessica's eyes filled with tears. I can't say. Why? Because the person who raised her doesn't know the truth either. Olivia's voice shook. Then who knows? Jessica looked toward the hallway. Mark. Ben's blood ran cold. Mark. Jessica whispered. Mark knows exactly where Grace is. Then the station lights suddenly went out. In the darkness, someone screamed. And when the emergency lights came on, Jessica was gone. The emergency lights came on. Ben immediately looked toward Olivia. She was still there. But Jessica was gone. Lock the doors. Detective Mitchell shouted. Officers moved through the hallway. Ben grabbed Olivia's hand. Stay with me. Where did she go? I don't know. She was right there. I know. Mitchell ran toward the interview room. The door was open. The window beside it was broken. A chair had been knocked over, and Jessica's purse was lying on the floor. Ben looked through the broken window. There was a narrow alley behind the station. Someone had planned this. Mitchell crouched beside the purse. Her phone is still here. Ben stared. Then she didn't leave willingly. Mitchell looked up. That's what I'm thinking. Olivia's face went pale. Mitchell nodded. Possibly. Ben looked at the empty hallway. He knew she was here. Yes. How? We're going to find out. They searched the building for nearly an hour. Nothing. No Jessica. No Mark. No sign of either. But outside, officers found tire tracks. A dark sedan had been parked behind the station. The license plate was covered. Mitchell looked at the tracks. He planned this. Ben stood beside her. What did Jessica mean? Which part? She said Grace lives in Ravenwood. Mitchell looked at him. And that you've seen her. Olivia's voice was barely audible. Who could she mean? Ben shook his head. I don't know. Think. He tried. Every child, every family, every person they knew. Nothing made sense. Then Olivia suddenly froze. There is someone. Ben turned. Who? She looked at him. Emily's friend. Ben frowned. What friend? A girl who comes to the library. That doesn't narrow it down. She always wears a yellow ribbon. Ben waited. She has dark hair. Olivia's face became pale. And she's about the right age. Mitchell stepped closer. What's her name? Olivia swallowed. Grace. Silence. Ben stared at her. You're sure? I've seen her. How many times? Several. Where? At the library. Does she come with her parents? Sometimes. Who are they? Olivia shook her head. I never asked. Mitchell immediately picked up her phone. Describe them. Olivia did. A middle-aged man. A blonde woman. Quiet. Protective. Always watching the girl. Ben's heart was pounding. Could they be the Millers? Olivia looked at Mitchell. I don't know. Mitchell nodded. We'll find out. The next morning, police located the family. Their names were David and Karen Miller. They lived in a quiet neighborhood on the edge of Ravenwood. Ben and Olivia sat in the car across the street. Olivia stared at the house. I can't do this. Ben took her hand. You don't have to go inside. I need to know. I know. She looked at him. What if it's her? Then we'll handle it. What if it isn't? Then we keep looking. Olivia nodded. A girl stepped out of the house. Yellow ribbon in her hair. Dark brown hair. Blue backpack. She was laughing. Olivia stopped breathing. That's her. Ben stared. The girl walked toward a waiting school bus. She turned. For one brief second, her face was visible. Olivia covered her mouth. She knew that face. Not because she had seen it before. Because it looked like hers. Ben whispered, Olivia. She couldn't answer. The bus pulled away. Olivia began crying. That's my daughter. They didn't approach the family. Not yet. Detective Mitchell insisted they needed confirmation first. DNA, records, everything. But Olivia couldn't stop thinking about the girl. Grace, 11 years old. Alive. Living 3 miles away. Going to school. Reading books. Laughing. Growing up, while her biological mother had spent 11 years grieving her. That night, Olivia sat on Ben's porch. I don't know what I'm supposed to feel. Ben sat beside her. Anything you feel is okay. I'm happy. He nodded. I'm terrified. I know. I'm angry. You have every right. And I feel guilty. Ben turned toward her. For what? For missing her entire life. You didn't know she was alive. I should have known. Nope. She looked at him. Ben? Nope. His voice was firm. You were lied to. She looked down. You were robbed. Olivia wiped her eyes. So was she. Les. What if she doesn't want me? Ben took a breath. Then we give her time. What if she loves the Millers? Then she can love them. What if she calls them Mom and Dad? Then she can. Olivia looked at him. You really believe that? Les. Even if it hurts. Wes. Why? Because loving her means wanting what's best for her, not what's easiest for us. Olivia stared at him. Then smiled faint at him. That sounds like something Sarah would have said. Ben looked away. I think it is. The DNA results arrived 2 days later. Detective Mitchell called them to the station. She placed the report on the table. It's a match. Olivia stared at her. She's Grace. Wes. Olivia closed her eyes. A tear rolled down her cheek. Ben wrapped his arm around her. She whispered. She survived. Yes. She grew up. Yes. She has a life. Yes. Olivia looked at Mitchell. Does she know? Nope. Does the family know? We don't know. Then what happens? Mitchell folded her hands. We have to be careful. Olivia frowned. Why? Grace believes David and Karen Miller are her parents. Olivia's heart broke. They raised her. Wes. And they love her. Wes. So if I suddenly appear, you could destabilize her entire world. Olivia nodded slowly. I understand. Ben looked at her. Do you? She looked back. I want my daughter. I know. But I don't want to destroy her life to get her. Mitchell nodded. That distinction matters. They contacted David and Karen Miller. They agreed to meet. Not at the police station, at a quiet family services office. Olivia sat in the waiting room. Her hands shook. Ben sat beside her. The door opened. David entered first. Karen followed. Both looked frightened. Then they saw Olivia. Karen immediately began crying. You know? Olivia stood. Is she Grace? Karen nodded. Yes. Olivia's voice broke. Is she safe? Yes. Is she happy? Karen nodded. Yes. Olivia closed her eyes. Thank God. David sat down. We didn't know. Know what? That she had a biological mother. Olivia looked at him. What? Sarah told us the mother had died. Olivia's face changed. She told you I was dead. David nodded. She said the mother couldn't survive the delivery. Olivia looked at Ben. Sarah had never told them. She had told the Millers something else. Something designed to keep Olivia hidden. Karen cried. Why never wanted to hurt anyone? You raised her. Less. Do you love her? Karen looked shocked. Of course. Olivia nodded. Good. Karen stared at her. You're not angry. I am. Karen lowered her head, but not at you. She took a breath. Can I see her? David and Karen exchanged a glance. Not yet, David said. Olivia's heart sank. Why? Because she doesn't know. I understand. And she's already had enough changes. Olivia nodded. Then when? David hesitated. We need to tell her first. Olivia looked at him. Please tell her the truth. We will. And tell her I didn't abandon her. Karen began crying. I will. That evening, Ben drove Olivia home. She was quiet. What are you thinking? That I want to meet her. I know. But I don't want to walk into her life like a stranger demanding something. You won't. What should I say? The truth. What truth? That you loved her before you ever knew her. Olivia looked out the window. I wish I had a photograph. Ben glanced at her. You do. She smiled sadly. The hospital one. Numb. He reached into his pocket. He handed her a folded piece of paper. Olivia opened it. It was a drawing. Emily had made it. 3 women stood together. Sarah, Olivia, and a little girl with a yellow ribbon. Underneath it were the words families can find each other. Olivia began crying. She knew. She guessed. She always does. The next morning, Karen called. Grace knows. Olivia's heart stopped. What did you tell her? The truth. Everything. Not everything. Olivia understood. You told her she has a biological mother. Yes? What did she say? She asked if you're the woman from the library. Olivia's heart nearly broke. She remembered me. Yes. What else? She asked if you're nice. Olivia laughed through tears. What did you say? Karen smiled. I told her you were. There was a pause. Then Karen said, she wants to meet you. Olivia closed her eyes. When? Tomorrow. That night Olivia couldn't sleep. She walked into the kitchen. Ben was already there. You're awake. So are you. He smiled. You nervous? Terrified. He poured her a glass of water. Tomorrow. Yes. She's gonna meet you. Yes. What are you gonna say? Olivia thought about it. I don't know. Don't know. That's okay? She looked at him. Will you come? Of course. She smiled. I don't think I could do it without you. You won't have to. She leaned into him. For a few minutes, they stood quietly. Then Olivia said, I used to pray for my daughter to be okay. Ben looked at her. And now? Now I know she is. She smiled. That's enough. The next afternoon, they arrived at the family services office. Olivia's hands were shaking. Ben held them. The door opened. A young girl walked inside. Yellow ribbon. Blue backpack. Dark hair. She stopped. Olivia stopped breathing. Grace looked at her. Then at Ben. Then back at Olivia. Neither moved. Finally, Grace whispered, "You're Olivia." Olivia nodded. "Yes." Grace looked confused. "You work at the library." "Yes." "You know my favorite book." Olivia smiled through tears. "I do." Grace took one hesitant step forward. "Are you my mom?" Olivia's lips trembled. "I gave birth to you." Grace stared. "Does that mean you're my mother?" Olivia looked at Ben, then back at her daughter. "Yes." Grace's eyes filled. "But I already have a mom." Olivia nodded. "I know. Are you going to make me leave them?" "Nope." "Promise." "Promise." Grace looked at her carefully. "Then why did you come?" Olivia swallowed. "Because I wanted to know you." Grace was quiet. "Do you love me?" Olivia couldn't hold back her tears. "I loved you before I ever met you." Grace looked down, then whispered, "Can I hug you?" Olivia broke. She opened her arms. Grace walked into them. The embrace lasted only a few seconds, but for Olivia it felt like 11 years finally catching up with her. She held her daughter carefully. Not tightly. Not possessively. "Just enough." Grace whispered, "I thought you were dead." Olivia closed her eyes. "So did I." Grace pulled back. "Why?" "Because people lied." Grace looked at her. "Who?" Olivia glanced toward Ben. "That's a story for another day." Grace nodded. Then she looked at Ben. "Are you my dad?" Ben froze. Olivia looked at him. "No," he said gently. "Then who are you?" Ben smiled. "Someone who loves your mother very much." Grace smiled. "Are you her boyfriend?" Ben laughed. "Yes." Grace looked at Olivia. "Do you love him?" Olivia's. "Yes." Grace nodded. "Good." Then she looked at Ben. "You seem nice." "I try." Grace smiled. Then something changed. Her expression became serious. "There is something you should know." Olivia leaned closer. "What?" Grace looked toward the hallway. "Someone has been asking me about you." Ben's smile disappeared. "Ooh." Grace shook her head. "I don't know his name." "What did he look like?" Grace hesitated. "Dark hair." Olivia's heart stopped. "Did he talk to you?" "Yes." "What did he say?" Grace looked at Olivia. "He said my real mother was coming back." Ben stood. "Where did you see him?" Grace pointed toward the parking lot. "Outside my school." Olivia's face went pale. Mark hadn't disappeared. He had found Grace. And now he knew exactly where she was. Ben's entire body went still. "Outside your school?" Grace nodded. "When?" "Last week." Olivia looked at her. "Before you met me?" "Less." "Did he say your name?" Grace shook her head. "He called me Grace." Ben and Olivia exchanged a look. "Did he tell you who he was?" "No." "Did he ever come inside the school?" "I don't think so." "What did he want?" Grace thought for a moment. "He asked if I knew a woman named Olivia Reed." Olivia closed her eyes. "He knew where you were." Grace nodded. "Then he said something strange." "What?" "He said I had something that belonged to him." Ben's expression hardened. "What did you have?" Grace looked confused. "I don't know." Olivia knelt beside her. "Did he give you anything?" Grace shook her head. "No." "Did he ask you to give him anything?" Grace hesitated. "He asked about a blue box." Olivia's face changed. "What blue box?" "I don't know." Ben looked at David and Karen. "Do you know what she's talking about?" Karen shook her head. "No." Grace suddenly looked toward the door. "A's here." Everyone froze. "Ooh." The man. Ben turned toward the window. A dark sedan was parked across the street. His blood went cold. "Stay here." He moved toward the door. Detective Mitchell, who had been waiting nearby, immediately stepped into the hallway. "What happened?" Ben pointed outside. "That car." Mitchell looked through the window. The sedan started moving. Get the plate. An officer ran outside. The car accelerated. Mitchell grabbed her radio. Unit 3 vehicle leaving the south entrance. Dark sedan. Plate. The officer called out the plate number. Mitchell repeated it, then turned toward Ben. Keep everyone inside. The sedan disappeared before police could stop it. But they had the license plate. It was registered to a company owned by Mark Reed's father. The same company that had supplied equipment to Ravenwood Medical Center 11 years earlier. Ben stared at the information. So he's using his father's company. Apparently. Where is Mark? We don't know. But the car was here. Wes. He knows about Grace. Yes. Eat knows about Olivia. Yes. Ben looked at Mitchell. Then what are we waiting for? We're building the case. He's stalking an 11-year-old girl. And now we have a vehicle connected to his family. Ben shook his head. He's not going to stop. Mitchell looked at him. I know. Grace sat quietly in the interview room. Olivia joined her. Are you scared? Grace nodded. A little. I'm sorry. Grace looked at her. Why are you sorry? Because you shouldn't have to deal with this? Grace shrugged. I'm used to adults keeping secrets. Olivia's heart broke. What do you mean? My parents always whisper when they think I'm asleep. About what? Me. Olivia looked at her. What do they say? Grace shrugged. That I'm special. Special how? I don't know. Olivia hesitated. Do you know why you were adopted? Grace shook her head. Mom and Dad said they couldn't have children. Olivia nodded. And they wanted a child. Yes. Do they love you? Grace's answer came immediately. Yes. Olivia smiled. Good. Grace studied her. Are you going to take me away? No. Even though I'm your daughter. Olivia swallowed. Being your mother doesn't mean I get to take you from the people who raised you. Grace looked relieved. Good. Then she asked, Can I still see you? Olivia smiled. I hope so. The next morning, Ben received a call from Daniel Harris. I found something. What? An old insurance file. For Grace. Yes. Ben sat down. What does it say? The medical expenses for the surgery were paid by a private trust. Woos. Daniel hesitated. The Walker Family Trust. Ben frowned. My family paid for it. Wes. Why? I don't know. Who authorized it? Sarah. Ben closed his eyes. His wife had known more than he ever imagined. Daniel continued. There is another payment. What? An adoption agency. Which one? Ravenwood Family Services. Ben's stomach tightened. That's where the Millers went. Yes. Then Sarah arranged everything. Looks like it. Ben stared at the wall. Why didn't she tell me? Daniel was quiet. Maybe she was protecting you. From what? I don't know. Ben ended the call. Then he noticed something. The insurance file contained a date. The payment to the adoption agency had been made 3 months after Grace's birth. But Sarah had died 2 years later. Ben suddenly remembered something. A conversation they'd had shortly before her death. Sarah had asked him, if you ever found out someone you loved had kept a secret from you, would you forgive them? At the time, he'd laughed. He had told her, depends on the secret. She'd looked at him strangely. He had forgotten about it. Until now. Olivia was sitting in the library when Ben arrived. He showed her the insurance records. She read them. Sarah paid for Grace's surgery. Less. She saved her. Wes. She arranged the adoption. Wes. Olivia looked at him. She loved her. Ben nodded. I think she did. Olivia wiped her eyes. I can't be angry with her. You don't have to be. She gave Grace a chance. Yes. And she gave me a daughter who is alive. Ben smiled faintly. That's what matters. Olivia looked at him. Do you miss her? He knew who she meant. Yes. Even now. Especially now. Olivia reached across the table. I wish I could thank her. Ben squeezed her hand. Maybe you just did. That afternoon, the Millers brought Grace to the library. It was the first time Olivia had seen her in the place where she'd first met her. Grace walked through the children's section. She picked up one of her favorite books. You remember? Olivia smiled. Of course. Grace sat down. Did you know who I was? No. Even though I looked like you. Olivia laughed softly. I didn't know what you looked like. Grace smiled. You do now. Yes. They sat together. Grace began reading. Olivia listened. For the first time, she heard her daughter's voice reading aloud. It was a small thing, but it felt enormous. Later, Grace asked a question. Did my grandmother know about me? Olivia froze. What grandmother? My dad said there was someone who knew. Ben looked at her. Which dad? Mark. Silence. Grace continued. He said my real family had secrets. Olivia's face tightened. Did he tell you anything else? No. Did he say why he was interested in you? Grace shook her head. He said I belonged to someone. Ben's expression hardened. He's not talking about you. Grace looked at him. What? He's trying to confuse you. Grace nodded. Then she reached into her backpack. I have something. She pulled out a small blue envelope. Olivia stared. Where did you get that? From my school locker. Who gave it to you? I don't know. What does it say? Grace handed it to her. Olivia opened it. Inside was a photograph. A baby. Grace. And on the back, she was never supposed to survive. Olivia's hands began shaking. Ben took the photograph. There was another line. Sarah changed everything. Then a final sentence. Now you know where to find her. Ben looked at Grace. Did you show this to anyone? No. Good. Detective Mitchell was called immediately. She examined the envelope. No fingerprints. Ben looked at the photograph. This is recent. How do you know? The paper. Mitchell nodded. Well, send it for analysis. Olivia looked at Grace. Did anyone else know about the envelope? No. Are you sure? Grace nodded. I was scared. Olivia pulled her into a hug. You did the right thing. That night, the police increased security around the Miller house. Grace stayed with them. Olivia wanted to stay too, but she knew she needed to give Grace space. Ben drove her home. They sat in the truck outside her house. She's really here? Yes. She exists? Yes. Olivia smiled. I keep saying it. You can. She looked at him. Do you think Sarah knew this would happen? I don't know. I think she did. Why? Because she left the records. Ben nodded. She wanted the truth to be found eventually. Olivia looked toward the house. Maybe she trusted you to find it. Ben looked at her. Maybe. Olivia leaned against him. I love you. I love you too. She smiled. Then she became quiet. Ben. Yeah? What if Mark isn't trying to get Grace? He frowned. What do you mean? What if he's trying to find something she has? Ben thought about the blue box. The box? Yes. What box? I don't know. Could be something Sarah left. Maybe. Ben's phone rang. Detective Mitchell. He answered. What happened? Her voice was serious. We found the blue box. Ben sat upright. We're in an old storage unit. Whose? Sarah Walker's. Ben's heart stopped. Sarah had a storage unit. Yes. When was it opened? 11 years ago. Ben looked at Olivia. What is inside? Mitchell hesitated. We haven't opened it. Why? Because there's a note attached. What does it say? Mitchell read it aloud. Do not open until Grace is found. Ben stared ahead. Grace was finally found. But that meant the box could finally be opened. They arrived at the storage facility after midnight. Detective Mitchell was waiting. The blue box sat on a table. It was small, wooden, old. Olivia stared at it. Sarah kept this. Ben nodded. Mitchell removed the note, then opened the box. Inside was a photograph, a key, a sealed envelope, and a letter. Ben picked up the letter. It was addressed to him. Ben, if you found this, then Grace is alive. Ben's hands began to shake. He looked at Olivia, then continued. There is something you need to know about why I gave Grace away. He read the next paragraph. His face changed. What? Olivia looked at him. What does it say? Ben couldn't answer. He handed her the letter. She read it. Her expression went from confusion to shock. Then she whispered, Sarah knew who Grace's father was. Ben stared at her. What? Olivia continued reading, then looked up. Mark isn't Grace's biological father. Silence. Ben stared. Olivia's voice trembled. Mark never was. The room went completely silent. And suddenly, the entire story they had been chasing for 11 years had changed again. Ben couldn't move. He looked at Olivia, then at the letter, then back at Olivia. Read it again. Olivia's hands were shaking. She looked down. Mark isn't Grace's biological father. Ben sat down. How? Olivia continued reading. The letter was written by Sarah 11 years earlier. She explained that Mark had known Olivia was pregnant, but he had never been certain the child was his. During Olivia's pregnancy, Mark had secretly ordered a private paternity test. The results had confirmed something he never wanted Olivia to know. Grace wasn't his daughter. She was the child of another man. But the letter didn't end there. Sarah had written, the father is someone Olivia knew before Mark, someone who died before Grace was born. Olivia stopped reading. Her face went pale. Who? Ben took the letter. The next sentence answered it. His name was Michael Reed. Olivia stared. Reed. Ben looked at her. Mark's brother. She nodded. My God. Sarah's letter explained everything. Michael Reed had been Mark's younger brother. He and Olivia had known each other before she met Mark. They had dated briefly. They had separated peacefully. Olivia eventually married Mark. She never knew she was pregnant when she entered that marriage. When Mark discovered the paternity result, he became obsessed with hiding it. Michael had died unexpectedly before Grace was born. And Mark had decided that nobody would ever know. Not Olivia, not Grace, not even his own parents. But there was another problem. Michael's family had a history of a rare heart condition. The same condition Grace was born with. Mark's father knew, and he believed the family would be humiliated if the truth became public, so he helped Mark erase the records. Sarah had discovered everything, and that was why she had intervened. Olivia sat down. Michael. She whispered the name. Ben looked at her. You remember him? She nodded. He was kind. She closed her eyes. He was the first man who ever made me feel safe. Ben waited. Then why did you leave? I thought we wanted different things. What happened? Moved away. Olivia swallowed. I never knew he died. Ben looked at the letter. He died before Grace was born. She nodded. And Mark knew. Less. That means Mark knew Grace wasn't his. Wes. And he still took her. Wes. Why? Ben turned the page. Sarah had written the answer. Because Mark couldn't stand the thought of Michael leaving something behind that he couldn't control. Olivia covered her mouth. He wasn't protecting his family. No. He was protecting his pride. Ben nodded. Detective Mitchell read the letter. Then she looked at Olivia. This gives us a much clearer picture. What happens to Mark? Has already facing charges related to stalking, harassment, and threatening behavior. Mitchell looked at the letter. This could add more. What about Grace? We'll need to establish her legal parentage. Olivia looked frightened. What happens to her? That will be determined carefully. Olivia nodded. I don't want her taken away from the Millers. Mitchell looked at her. That's important. They raised her. Wes! They love her. Wes. And I love her. Mitchell smiled faintly. I think the court will understand that. The next several weeks were difficult. There were hearings, interviews, medical records, DNA testing, old hospital files. The truth about Mark's family slowly came out. Thomas Reed had helped suppress the original medical records. Mark had lied about the miscarriage. He had manipulated Olivia into believing she was responsible. He had taken Grace from the hospital. Sarah had intervened. She had arranged Grace's surgery. She had found the Millers. And she had protected Grace's identity because she believed Mark would eventually come looking for her. He had. 11 years later. But this time, he had been caught. The evidence against him was overwhelming. The stalking, the photographs, the threats, the hidden cameras, the school schedule, the hospital records, the storage unit, the letters, and finally, the truth about Grace. Mark had spent 11 years controlling the story. Now he couldn't control it anymore. Grace remained with the Millers, but she began visiting Olivia every weekend. At first, the visits were short. An hour, then 2, then entire afternoons. Olivia never pushed. She never called herself Grace's real mother. She never criticized David or Karen. She simply showed up, and Grace noticed. One Saturday, Grace asked, "Why don't you ever ask me to live with you?" Olivia looked at her. "Because I want you to choose where you feel safe." Grace thought about it. "But you want me?" Olivia smiled. "Very much." "Then why don't you ask?" "Because wanting someone and controlling someone are different things." Grace was quiet. Then she nodded. "I think I like that." Olivia smiled. "Good." Ben and Grace developed their own relationship too. He taught her how to use simple woodworking tools. She helped him sand a small wooden box. "What are you making?" she asked. "A memory box." "For what?" "Important things." Grace smiled. "Like what?" "Photographs." She nodded. "Letters." "Wes, maybe my hospital bracelet." Ben looked at her. "Maybe." Grace continued sanding. "Can I put something inside?" "Of course." She reached into her backpack. She pulled out the yellow ribbon. Ben smiled. "That seems important." "It is." "Why?" "It was the first thing Olivia remembered about me." Ben smiled. "Then it belongs there." Olivia's relationship with Ben changed too. It became quieter, stronger, less frightened. One evening they sat together on the porch. "Do you remember when Emily asked me to be her mom?" Olivia smiled. "Yes." "She terrified me." "She terrified me too." She didn't know what she was asking. Knew. She just wanted someone to stay. Ben looked at Olivia. "And you did." "Wes." He reached for her hand. "You know what I realized?" "What?" "Emily wasn't really asking you to replace Sarah." Olivia looked at him. "She was asking for another person to love her." Olivia smiled. "And I was afraid." "You were?" "I thought loving her meant I had to become her mother." "You didn't." "I know that now." Ben squeezed her hand. "You just became someone she could trust." Olivia looked at him. "That's what you gave me." "What?" "Trust." She smiled. "Not all at once." "No. Just enough to come back tomorrow." Ben leaned toward her. And the next day, and the next. He kissed her. This time, there was no fear behind it. No uncertainty. Just two people who had survived enough to understand what they had found. 6 months later, the Walker family cemetery looked different. The old oak tree was still there, but beneath it was a small stone. Not a grave, a memorial. The name was simple. Grace Elizabeth Reed, loved before she was known. Olivia stood beside it. Ben held her hand. Emily stood on the other side. Grace stood between the Millers and Olivia. Everyone had come. David, Karen, Emily, Olivia, and even Linda Carter, the retired nurse who had held Grace on the night she was born. Olivia placed a small bouquet beneath the stone. Grace watched her. "Are you sad?" Olivia nodded. "Yes." "Happy too?" "Yes." Grace took her hand. "That's okay." Olivia smiled. "Yes." They stood together. Then Emily stepped forward. She placed something beside the flowers, her crooked wooden bridge drawing. Olivia looked at it. "The bridge." Emily nodded. "So nobody has to leave." Olivia hugged her. "You were right." Emily smiled. That evening, everyone gathered at Ben's house. There were too many people around the table. For once, nobody complained. Emily sat beside Grace. The Millers sat across from them. Olivia sat beside Ben. There was an empty chair near the end of the table. Sarah's photograph rested nearby. Olivia looked at it, then smiled. Ben noticed. "What?" "I think she would have liked this." "I think so too." The Grace looked toward the photograph. "Who is that?" Ben answered. "Sarah." "Was she your wife?" "Yes." Grace looked at Olivia. "Did she save me?" Olivia nodded. "She did." The Grace looked at the photograph for a moment, then smiled. "Thank you, Sarah." Nobody spoke. It was a simple sentence, but it meant everything. Later that night, after everyone had gone home, Olivia stood with Ben on the porch. The house was quiet. Emily was asleep. Grace was with the Millers. The neighborhood was peaceful. Olivia leaned against Ben. "I used to think love meant never losing anyone." Ben looked at her. "That's impossible." "I know." She smiled. "Now I think love means giving people a reason to stay." Ben kissed her forehead. "And you stayed. So did you?" He looked at her. "Would you do it again?" "What?" "Everything." Olivia thought about it. The fear? No. The grief? No. The uncertainty? Definitely not. Ben laughed. "But you?" She looked at him. "Yes." He smiled. "I'd do it again too." She rested her head against his shoulder. Inside the house, Emily's drawing hung on the refrigerator. The crook bridge connected 3 houses, and beneath it, she'd written one final sentence. "Sometimes family is the people who find you when you thought you were lost." Olivia read it the next morning. Then she looked at Ben, at Emily, at the photograph of Sarah, at the life she had never expected to have, and she finally understood something. She hadn't lost 11 years. They had been taken from her. But the years ahead were still hers. And this time, nobody else was going to decide what happened to them. If this story touched you, subscribe to Between Raindrops Stories, and stay with us for more stories about love, family, second chances, and the people who find each other when they need it most.